Yeah, I got to caught that sleeper.
And
Girl
I'm
is
currently trying to turn
sleeping.
my TV down so it's not too loud.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I got it up, opening a window over here. Man, while we're just getting opened up here, Dead Pig's probably getting set up. Good to see all you boys in here. So I'm not fucking around on that studio, boys. I'll put in some hours today. By tomorrow, I'll have pretty much all the finished wood finished, and I will start some assembly. I got a big screen TV, real big for the fucking wall for, I don't know, because it'll look good, and we're going to copy Ariel a little bit because he's the fucking standard. And I've been looking at some other tech, and couple weeks, I think I'll be done. Trace.
Well, Usman says I don't self-suck enough, so I don't know if he was being sarcastic or if he was being serious or not. So I'll start off the show by self-sucking.
Trace, you had your hand
You're
up?
talking about the... Yeah, can you not hear me?
Oh, shit, I
Usman, can
don't
you hear
hear
me?
Trace.
I hear Trace.
Can anybody hear me?
Clear.
I do
Trace,
not
can
hear
you hear
Trace.
me? All right, Trace can't hear me, and you can't hear him. So Trace, kick Trace, get his ass out of here.
I removed him from co-host so that I can't even see him now. There he is.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, so we had a little bit of a lag. It sounds like. So I was saying, according to Usman, I don't self-suck enough. So I'm gonna start off the show by self-sucking today. You were talking about that last fight, the Contender Series. I won 9 units on it. I sprinkled the KO prop for it because it's plus 1,700 on a low level women's MMA fight. I mean, we've seen how bad the striking defense was from her, dude. So 9 units off the get. So how to start the show off.
Very nice. Anybody bet that fucking decision in the first one?
I didn't bet the decision. I bet the over 1.5 on 3 parlays, I believe. Once again, just looking at lines, I didn't even cap the fight. Goes to decision was under plus 200, and I said that's good enough for me on a 1.5. So I'll take that.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't, I got all the space together today and everything. I made sure to get that shit done, but you see, I couldn't get the shit even reposted in time. I don't know, man. I got all my shit going on. Kids' first day back to school, and I've been working on that damn studio. If it don't look good when I'm done, I quit. You boys should just know that it's over. If I fucking finish it and I go, this sucks, it's over. You guys won't hear from me no more. All right, let's get into it. So, DAZN is being investigated for sharing data of its subscribers without their consent. This implies a direct violation of the privacy of the users of the platform. If you feel you're a victim, guys, go to mendozafirm.com/DAZN privacy violation lawsuit English. Fill out the paperwork, send in a screenshot of your account. You'll get $2,500. It'll work like that. I have filled out class action lawsuits before and checks show up. I don't think I qualify for that one. I probably do, but I don't have a fucking screenshot of the account or whatever. So, whatever. So you can get $2,500 from DAZN. I always think it's super duper shitty when companies sell information without people's consent. It's hard enough signing up for all these fucking services and giving every one of them your information and approving your Google account and all your other bullshit and attaching your PayPal. And then you got to fucking worry about them being like, oh, you know what? We're not making enough money. So let's go sell all this information these people gave us when they signed up for those accounts that they're not using anymore. Shitty practice. Fuck DAZN. I now hope they sink because that's who I am. Yep. Jéssica Andrade is suing her coach / manager for $2 million. says that he embezzled it from her over her career. She said essentially that she trusted him with her money. He told her, "You don't need to check your account anymore." Booted her from her own accounts, which isn't very likely, to be honest. And then gave her a weekly salary, she says, and that was it. She said she did some shopping on Amazon, but it's only $10,000 and she should have $2 million. Says that he used her money to open his gym, sent it to all these offshore accounts and these people in foreign countries. Dude came back and said he stole nothing. He looks forward to the court and the investigations and feels he'll be vindicated pretty clearly. Uh, Notable for me as a bettor, Jéssica now feels she has to fight to live. She no longer feels like she made it, I guess. I don't know the right words for it. But like, yeah, I guess that like no longer feels like she's all set, like she's taken care of, and says she'll now have to fight just to live. I don't think that's the same as when you're 22 and have to fight to make it. Jéssica Andrade is a fade. Usman.
I told you a long time ago, she is our WMMA Jim Miller, man. She's going to be around for a long time and stack up all the records in women's MMA. And this just solidifies it. We're going to be seeing a lot of Andrade. But I was already curious. My antennas were already up and alert with just this fight coming back up to 125. I know she's known to come back up. I mean, she has a record for a knockout of 135, 125, and 115. So it's not too surprising, but after the wins at 115 and getting into the what was she top five, top seven rankings, you would have thought like, okay, let's focus here. um Last time she was jumping up and down, it was because of the whole getting divorced stuff and paying money and being super fucking broke. And now she's moving up again against a good contender, and she needs money and she's super fucking broke. 100% fade, 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 fade.
Zabet.
Yo, what up, Joe? What up, Usman? What up, Trace?
What up, bud? Nice to see you on the mic today. What you think about Andrade?
That was my question. I was gonna be like, yo, you talking about the one that's fighting this weekend? Like, shit.
Yes, sir. Against Natalia Silva. And we all know Natalia's coming in off a rack of wins. I know she's been to decision a couple times, but she's got a few finishes in there. I feel like Jessica's. Listen, if this is where she's at and this is what she's talking about on fight week, where has her brain been this whole camp? When did she figure all this out? When did she become distracted with trying to figure out where all her money is? Because I don't care what you're doing in life. If you realize all your money's gone, especially if you got like 2 million fucking bucks, um, yeah, you're probably in a panic. You probably can't really think about anything else. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that she had a focus fight camp. Very, very hard time believing she had a focus fight camp, and I'm gonna bet against her just on that. I don't even know if she's a favorite right now. I haven't even looked at odds yet this week. I just wanted to get some bets out by the end of the week. I'm looking for her right now.
She's a
Uh,
dog.
Andrade's a dog.
Yes, sir.
Natalia Silva's already minus 303, and you got all that, bro. Natalia Silva is a fucking lock. Um, I don't know, man. Usman, what you think about somebody losing all their money? Mindset, fight week.
No, no, she's fucked, man. That's She's not. It's different whenever she's fighting Mackenzie Dern and she's finally gotten rid of all the weight of the losing money with the wedding and all that shit or the divorce. Now she's realizing she's broke. That like you said, the hunger isn't the same as when she was younger. It's like fuck. Let's go cash this $100,000 check to lose, and we'll move on to the next one. We'll get them next time.
That's how I would feel. Like shit. You figure she's getting at least a couple 100,000 to fight. At least a couple 100,000 to fight. Yeah, we're gonna see her active as shit over the next 2 years, getting beat up repeatedly. YB.
Hey man, I don't know what you guys are talking about. She has a really successful OnlyFans. Yeah, I mean she's just a really beautiful lady, and I think her OnlyFans is gonna help her out of this situation. So I don't want to hear all this negativity from you guys, to be honest.
You got the link?
Bro, you gotta know that is fucking trolling at its best. Some nude pictures of her went around a couple years ago that were
Amazing.
not flattering. Trace.
Honestly, I mean, I think this is great for us as bettors. I mean, we just seen it happen before where people underestimate her, think she's done because she's desperate. She's still going to be good at crushing cans. She's still going to have the potential to knock out the lower class after being overvalued for a while. So we're probably going to get good lines on her on bad matchups that people are just ready to throw in the towel in like they were before.
I agree with you 100%. We're going to see her fight more, and she'll get shittier competition, so we will get better lines.
I was on an island when it came to Dern and her. Like there was no one, like people were already throwing in, oh, Dern's going to beat her. It's like, what happens when you can't get her down? There's just certain fighters and certain matches that they're going to give them, trying to push these lower women MMA fighters into the upper echelon where she's going to come out and win, and we're going to benefit from that.
100%. 100%. You also got to see when you don't have to fade her either. You got to realize when they're giving her low enough competition to, she's still going to go in there and Jim Miller flatline somebody. You know, Usman called her Jim Miller earlier. Man, that shit was killer. Man, what is that dude's name? Bashi. He almost had his back. Fucking man, almost had it in front of Dana White. He's probably going to get knocked out now. So Jeremy Stevens, little BKFC. Jeremy Stevens says he thinks BKC is getting ready to ramp up promotions, and he says start signing some real fighters. It's weird that he fights for to finally start signing some real fighters, but he thinks that Conor is super in love with it and is really fired up about it. I don't think Conor McGregor can carry Bare Knuckle FC into success any more than Bare Knuckle FC can carry Bare Knuckle FC into success. Short of
Are you still there?
Yeah, Joe, I think you're cutting out, bro. We can't hear anything.
So I
Yeah,
don't know if you guys are watching the Contender Series fight right now, but Bashi's pretty much just running through this Ramos guy at this point. I bet the round 2-3 sub. So if he can make it through these last 55 seconds, I'm feeling pretty good about that bet. I don't know about y'all.
no, I got the over 1.5, so I need Ramos to just keep protecting that neck. I'm scared right now.
Just keep on keeping on. Huh?
Just keep on keeping on.
Uh, Joe, you back, brother? I don't know how do we have to completely close this out for him to be able to reconnect? I don't think he can
No.
just leave.
We just gotta wait till he gets.
Fair enough.
Herzog is giving me some worrying looks, man. He's right on top of them, and it's like, hey, chill out, Herzog. Give him a little space, man. It's a fight. It's a fight.
Yeah. This I didn't do any pre-tape on this fight. Joe just muted everybody. I didn't do pre-tape on this fight, but this Bashi kid, I don't know about the stand up, but the ground game, kid's a buzzsaw on the ground for sure.
Everybody was talking about him being an easy win, and he is a shoe in for UFC competition. He's looking pretty good though.
All right.
But
Do you are you over announcements at Usman? Are we where are we at
uh,
on this?
I mean, I can pick up. I can pick up. Joe was talking about he doesn't think that Connor can elevate BKFC any more than what BKFC is elevated on their own, and I think we kind of touched on this a little bit last week, where I was just saying that I don't.
Can you hear me, bud?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was about to make a post. Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. I got black screen. The whole space just went black screen on my phone. I could hear you guys talking through the computer, but the whole fucking space was black screen on my phone. I was like, bro, what the fuck? It wasn't even like a connection failed deal. It just black screened with an X and wouldn't let me close it. I closed the app and reopened it. Still, and then it took a second and then it reloaded the app. That shit was fucking strange. Um,
No, yeah, I know. On Sundays, it's been screwing me over lately. Just I open up the space and then I go to pull up the odds and stuff, all the notes for the space, and it just closes out on me. I have to close the app real quick, and it gives me about 45 seconds to jump back into space. So I don't know. Maybe Spaces have been getting a little update or something.
yeah, so I follow one of their testers, and he's been putting up test spaces all week, actually. So, yeah, quite logically, that could be the situation, to be honest. Let's see here. All right, so I was able to hear you guys, and you weren't able to hear me. We talked about Jéssica. Then I brought up. Did you guys hear me talk about Jeremy Stevens at all?
Yeah, half and half.
All right, so Jeremy thinks that BKFC is getting ready to do a big step up, and that Connor's going to fall in love with, or Connor's falling in love with it, and they're going to finally start signing real fighters. Oh, he got him. Yeah, for sure.
Solid. I had a half unit on the plus 450 round two sub.
What
Very
second did it end?
nice, Trace.
What second did it end?
I wasn't paying attention to the time, honestly.
We got the over. If you're
154.
wondering,
Yeah, the over cleared. Over cleared.
we're at 1 minute and 25 seconds, I believe.
The dude in
No.
the red one?
No, if you're only at 1 minute 25 seconds, you didn't clear, bro.
Yeah, it does.
1 minute 25 left in the fight.
Oh, I got you. Anyways, so Jeremy Stevens thinks that Connor is going to do crazy things for BKFC. They're getting ready to sign real fighters, which is weird to say when you fight for them. I don't think Connor makes BKFC grow any more than BKFC makes BKFC. I think Connor could fight over there and sell a couple pay-per-views for them. But I think that that's very limited. And I don't think Connor is. I don't know, man. I just don't feel like he launches BKFC into any type of new stratosphere. You guys think I'm tripping about that?
Nah, I kind of agree with you. Like, I mean, can't really tell if it's gonna blow up or not, but like, I don't think a lot of people just want to see people go fist to fist, hitting each other in the face. I don't think a lot of people like that.
So I feel like BKFC's got a great following. Like I just don't feel like Connor is going to put them over. Like you're saying, people who don't like it already, other than to watch Connor fight, you're probably not going to go watch it. You're probably not even going to go back to it, to be honest. So
I don't know
I
about that. You say if Connor does a couple pay-per-views, the people are gonna come for Connor. But like, I mean, yeah, once this bubble bursts, once he's not able like to take the damage no more, because I would only see him do like 3-4 fights max. You know, after that, I think it's yeah, like you say, he's just gonna burn it down.
think he's going to try to fight Mike Perry. I think that they're already building that. Connor says, somebody tagged Connor. Did you really fire Mike Perry? And Connor replies, have you seen him since? Or seen him since? I don't know. I think they're already trying to build that, to be honest. And I don't buy it at all. I don't think Connor beats him, is what I'm saying. We've seen Connor when I'm free punching the fucking punching bag. I don't know, man. Yeah, whatever. I think by the time Connor gets there, nobody gives a shit, to be honest. Even if Connor knocks Michael Chandler out cold in 30 seconds, I don't think it makes him any bigger of a superstar anymore. I just feel like his time has passed. Anything great you do will just be a flash in the bucket and forgotten in 2 weeks. Maybe I'm tripping, man. Maybe I hate on Connor. Khalil Roundtree says he's not changing anything for his AP fight. Yeah, why the fuck would he? He's kickboxed his way all the way to a title shot. And he says, yeah, there's no way I'm changing everything. But apparently there's a big pull or a big push for people saying that Khalil's got to grapple AP. Khalil has a better chance of outstriking AP than he does fucking grappling him. I heard Khalil say, I haven't shot a single takedown in my entire UFC career. Like, why are people even making this a narrative that he's got to grapple? Who you taking in that fight, Khalil or AP, Usman?
AP all day. Khalil opens up very, very wide when he's striking. He could clip him, but it's gonna be perfect to get left hook of stone or whatever the fuck we're gonna call AP's death shot.
I'm taking Khalil, bro. Fuck you guys. I've been a Khalil fan for so long. Even though I love AP, I have to bet Khalil. Like, it's principle. Like, I know he's the dog. I know he's the dog with all my heart. Trace is probably betting some money on Khalil. Trace, who you betting in that fight?
I'm probably just playing the ends in KO minus 300, putting the entire bankroll on it, and just saying fuck it. We going home with the win tonight. One bet, secured. I mean, there is no way that fight goes to a decision. I'll be surprised if that fight goes past the round two. But for the shits and gigs, I would probably play KO round one, round two, sprinkles for that on Khalil. But yeah, you got to take the more polished, more just overall successful kickboxer. How you gonna out kickbox the better kickboxer? Outside of a big haymaker, which he's more than capable of. The power's there, or a teep stomp or something weird happening. This should be AP all day.
So if I'm being honest, I'll probably catch some shit for this. I think Khalil can outkick AP.
I would say he outkicks him in the manner that he throws more into his kicks. I think the way AP throws him is more efficient, less energy given. He uses less energy and seems to have more effect. Honestly,
I think Khalil can hurt AP's legs, like actually hurt him. Um, and I think that he will. My worry is that he actually gets clipped when he throws that hard ass leg kick. That
well, it
AP
could be
times.
that. And honestly, people always talk about how hard AP is and how dense he is when you grab a hold of him, and just like you hurt yourself hitting him, kind of like how it was with Yo Romero. I can see him throwing a leg kick too hard and fucking his leg up. Honestly,
Yeah, AP could do some slick shit and just be ready to check it the right way. But I don't know, man. I really think the Thailand change is for real. I think Khalil is a fucking monster now. Yeah, I want him to get that fucking title so bad. He ain't ever getting another shot. If you're a Khalil fan, this is like our Rocky moment. Like, hell yeah, bro. Get that title shot. But this is it. He don't get this title. He fought for a UFC title. That will be the highest accolade on his resume in the UFC. Zabet.
I'll give you props, Joe. You honestly been you've been having Khalil's back for the longest ever since I met you. So I got to give you props for that. But this question might derail us a little bit. My question is, how the heck did he get a title shot after having the juice?
That's how
I'd
you
like to
unlock the title shot.
I'd like to answer that question, Joe.
Yeah.
The light heavyweight division is so fucking dead. That is how we got here. Who is the exciting prospect in the light heavyweight division, dude? That division has been the old cats for so fucking long. Like Khalil is the closest thing to a young head in that division, honestly. Like he has the power to put out anybody if he connects. He's sloppy himself. His defense is not the best, but he has the power to put away anybody. So for that point, that fight you have almost like a filler fight, like a free fight for AP to go out there, get a win, look good doing it, and it's going to be the kind of fight that AP wants. Like this is the best chance for AP to show up and show out because Khalil's not going to take him down. Khalil's not going to shoot a takedown. He's going to stand in front of him like Sean did, and we might see something even more spectacular than we've seen with Sean.
Man, I don't know about that, but come on, bro. Why are you trying to play my
So
dude like that,
hold on.
bro?
So you would take Sean, or you would take Strickland over Sean? Hell yeah. You would take Khalil over Strickland in a fight. I would take Strickland all fucking day in that fight.
Today?
Today, yesterday, next week.
What weight class?
Open weight, man. It don't matter. Sean's gonna have the
Khalil beats the
cardio, and Sean is not gonna be there to be hit.
Khalil beats the shit out of Sean Strickland, bro.
I'm about to call out Sean for you and get Khalil. We go ahead. Hey, we're gonna go ahead and get this one set up real quick. I'm gonna call my
That,
people.
that
I'm on Khalil against Sean.
Same here. I'm on Khalil's side for sure.
yeah, I can't even. I love you, Trace, but you got to be out your mind, bro. Ain't no way, Sean
So you're
Strickland.
telling me. So you're telling me you think Khalil could beat Izzy? Because it's saying the same thing. I mean, you're talking about the guy that beat him. I know MMA doesn't always work that way, but They're strikers. He outstruck Izzy. You think he's gonna? You think Khalil's gonna outstrike him? No. Like, dude, I'm a Khalil truther since tough.
So Izzy's unfair advantage is the height and reach, which changes it. Even though Sean was able to pressure Izzy and get the dub, it's not exactly the same when because they're gonna, like you said, kickboxer when it's him versus Izzy. Izzy, just like AP's got some reach advantage and some height advantage, but Sean not so much. And Sean, even though I think Sean is a great fighter, he stands very square to hit, and Khalil will chop that motherfucker down. Sean don't want that smoke, bro. He don't want that smoke.
Sean is really good at checking kicks, though.
I mean, that's great. Khalil's gonna beat his head. Come on, boys. Why you put me on this cross, man? Usman.
Quick question, since Usman's kind of in a weird spot right now. Hey, Mike, do you have anything on this Will Curry fight?
I just have the over, but now I'm kind of nervous that I did that.
You thinking he can get the finish, or you think the other guy? Well, obviously, you probably think he gets the finish.
I don't think if Santos gets the finish, I think he'll knock him out in the over, but I think Will Curry has the ability to finish him early. Submission-wise, not striking.
Gotcha. Sorry about that, Joe. Usman, what would you have on the subject?
My bad. Freaking kids come out right when y'all call on me. Yeah, come on, guys. Come on. I told y'all exactly how Strickland was gonna beat Izzy. I told y'all how DDP was going to beat freaking Strickland and Izzy. Khalil Rountree knocks both Izzy and Strickland clean out, sleeps them. Y'all talking about the leg kicks. This is where that overhand right that wouldn't work against Pereira would work perfectly against both of those guys. And we've seen it multiple times. And he's got the power to sleep both of them.
So this was not on my list of questions, but I heard it on. I don't know. I'm just gonna say believe you me, but I have no idea, man. I listen to a lot of these fucking podcasts. It was DC and PT Carroll, I think. I don't know. Adam Cattrall in DC, maybe. Do you think we see Izzy ever fight for a title again in the UFC?
Probably not.
I don't know. I feel like the UFC want him. I think they want him around a title shot, and I think he's one fight away in 205 to get that title shot. So I think we might.
I think that it is the. I agree. I think the UFC wants him around the title shot. It's Max Holloway syndrome, bro. They want him married to that belt for as long as he can be. And even if they got to go in a triple roundabout way to get him back to a title shot, they're gonna. So, yeah, I don't know. I that's just how I see it. I don't know if anybody else has been on the site lately, but I'm having an issue getting the rankings to pop up. Even though the rankings page works when you go directly to the fucking page and the leaderboards for the UFC, I'm having an issue getting them to work, even though the pages work. I don't know. Dead Picks, maybe you could click something around, see if you're having any fucking issues over there. I got to try to load the YouTube back up since my shit crashed, anyways. All right, my bad for the little derail there. All right, Volk AP, or Khalil AP, Izzy Khalil. We killed it. Volk verse. So Volk wants to be the backup for Ilya versus Max. He also says that if he sits, he gets the winner of Volk versus Max. I don't want to see Max versus Volk 3 or 4. ever, I will straight up not watch Volk versus Max 4. I won't watch it. I'll watch every other fight on the card. I will not watch it. I nodded out watching them fight live. That's real. I nodded out. My buddy laughed at me and nudged me. He's like, bro, I know it sucks, but come on. I'm like, what the fuck, man? God damn it. I had to like open my eyes, sneak the vape out of my pocket, get all fucking high. It was ridiculous, bro. Like, I'm not watching them fight again. So if Max beats Ilya, I'm fucking throwing the remote at the TV. Yeah. And I'm betting on Volk. I'm not watching, but I'm betting on Volk to beat Max. He's beat him 15 fucking rounds in a row. Like,
Nah. He got robbed. Max got robbed in one of those fights.
He got robbed in none of those fights.
none of those fights, bro. He didn't win a single fucking round. He did not win a round in any of those fights. Max is not. Oh my God, bro. I'm like getting stressed out thinking about how we're going to have to fucking watch this fight again. God damn it.
You gotta do tape on it, Joe.
I won't, man. I won't. I'll be sleeping, bro. Usman.
Yeah, Volk can say whatever the hell he wants. He's not gonna get another title shot at 145. I think it's the opposite of Izzy. I don't think they want him. I don't think they want him around the belt, especially not after the Ilya thing. Especially not with the Max history. Um, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's my personal bias and opinion, but it just feels like the fan base didn't really hold Volk to as good as he was, and the numbers probably showed that. I don't think they give Volk a title shot at any point, and it doesn't matter because he's going to get knocked out in his next fight, whoever it may be.
Yeah, I think Volk is cooked. BJ Penn the way out. You guys have heard me say it. He is going to BJ Penn that shit. Caio Barrio wants to fight Israel Adesanya. There's no other guy that Adesanya should face now because if you see the top 8 of the division, I think he fought everybody but Amivov and Brendan Allen. And Brendan Allen and Amivov are facing each other. Kaio's not ready for Izzy. If the UFC gives that fight to Izzy, it's a layup. Like,
Kyle
Kyle,
beats Izzy. What are you talking about?
bro, Izzy
Were you not
cooked.
impressed with this last fight? That was
Yeah,
a dude. He put on a fucking phenomenal performance. He was like, "I'm not wrestling. I'm just striking to
And
prove a
it's
point."
And it's the perfect tools that he needs to beat Izzy. The jab and those kicks right down the middle. Izzy's issue has always been he's super tall and he can lean back and, oh, I'm going to dodge shit. That jab is going to come in, hit him right in the face, and then he's going to get a takedown and freaking tap him out faster than DDP did. Like that's I hope they make that fight.
Yeah, I think he would have the grappling advantage too.
you guys are crazy. Izzy would finish
I'm
Kyle.
not saying he's gonna win. I'm just saying I think the grappling is in his favor. Striking is he would have trouble with the speed that Kyle covers distance, but I think he'll get a beat on that.
Um, yeah, I think Izzy would take Kyle apart. I don't think it would take him more than 3 rounds to do it. Give Kyle another 2 fights, 3 fights. If he keeps improving, I mean, then it'll be a different story. But right now, I don't. When he called out Izzy the first time before it kept heating up and everybody keeps talking about it, I'm like, bro, that doesn't make no fucking sense. I still feel that way, but I do feel like it's a fight that could be made. That's why I brought it up. I do feel like that's a fight the UFC might look at, to be 100% honest. There's not a lot to do with Izzy up there right now. He's not going to run it back with Sean. I don't think Izzy will. So, I don't know. I just don't think there's a ton to do with him up there. Trace.
Yeah. If you're, I know we're not a Contender Series live thing or a live betting show. But if you're not watching the fight right now, the dog is out wrestling the wrestler and then tearing him up on the feet. So I jumped on the line at plus 220 for a half unit. I don't know if you guys are doing live bets, but I would jump on it before the line flips.
What the name?
Bet online doesn't do it.
I know. I was about to say the same thing. I tried to look at that Bet Online Live, and fuckers don't give a
Usman,
fly.
you should use Movada.
I have Bovada, but literally no lie, I have like $25 in there, and I don't even
Who's
ever
the
look at
dog?
it.
Do the dog right now then.
Yeah, what's the name? I'm
Jorgen
trying to
Who's
get
the
Santos,
in.
dog?
Jorgen
Who's the dog?
Santos is the dog.
Santos.
Santos.
All
Because
right,
I'm
all
Okay.
watching
right,
him
all
right
right,
now.
fine,
He's looking
fine.
like
I'm
he's getting the
in.
better of him.
Squad ride? Are we squad riding?
Santos is a minus 225 favorite right now.
Who,
Minus 220,
Curry?
so he done completely flipped. I got him at plus 220.
Dude, you have good timing, bro.
Wait, what's the name?
Jorgen Santos.
Santos.
Bro, I tried to get in sooner, but Joe got a little long winded and I didn't want to cut him off.
Fucker.
Hey, at least this first round ended. I was so fucking nervous. All we need is 2.5 minutes now.
Well, there you go.
No, y'all are
Just
ahead of me.
keep grabbing.
Damn, I wish I'd known that because I'm like 12 seconds behind whoever's alarm just went off on that one.
Man, that alarm was 2 seconds behind my screen, so you're way far behind.
Hey, and
man.
I still got a good line. Shit.
Oh man, over there fucking cooking. Maybe your books are slow too.
I need to borrow y'all's Wi-Fi, bro.
Um, not mine.
Santos doesn't even look like he's breathing hard, y'all. He looks like he's just getting warmed up.
Well, he's minus 300, so that line is
Yeah,
cooked.
my shit's minus 300 too.
Let's get those 2.5 minutes. All right, Joe.
All right. Bilal keeps talking about he wants to fight Sean Strickland, and keeps talking about now he's talking about Shavkat and Marty Usman need to fight each other for the number one contender spot before he fights either one of them. He says Shavkat hasn't been active in 12 months. How could he deserve a title shot? Just to remind everybody, Bilal was inactive for 14 months when he got his title shot. So he says Marty Usman and Shavkat need to fight to decide who's the number one contender in 3 interviews. And in 2 other interviews says, I'd really like to fight Sean Strickland. Belts don't even have to be on the line. Bilal is just like every other champion he said he wouldn't be. It took him forever to get there. He said he wouldn't hold the division up. He would be active. He would fight. He's full of shit. He's avoiding these guys. Shavkat says Bilal already turned down a fight with him. And because he said that Bilal didn't like the timing on the fight. I don't know if it's Ramadan related or whatever. I don't know. But Shavkat says that Bilal already turned down the fight. So, yeah, man, Bilal's going to be exactly what he bitched about everybody else being. He also found an AI song maker, and he makes songs about Usman and Sean Strickland. And man, Bilal is literally the stereotypical I don't want to fight champion after 12 fights in a row of crying how he would never be the stereotypical I don't want to fight champion. I get it though. These guys work their way into the UFC, and takes a long time to get to that belt. And the idea, when you're champion, people start calling you champ. Probably, we've seen the movies. They probably give you free tomatoes at the store, and the guy down at the church probably says prayers for you and shit, right? I'm joking a little bit, but being the champ makes you the champ. Bilal's been on TV. He's done morning shows. Good Morning Chicago he was on. He probably don't want to lose that shit already, man. You go in there and get smoked, and I'm not even saying he thinks he'll lose, but you go in there, you get smoked, you lose that. Once you go into camp, it's over for now. So, I don't know, man. Trying to give him a little leeway there, but When do you think we see Bilal fight, Usman?
So
Timestamp it.
that was my biggest issue with Leon. Right, it felt like he took fucking forever to fight. When was Bilal's? When did he win the belt?
A month
July.
ago, probably.
July, I think. Beginning of July.
Yeah, so we probably see him right
No,
before Ramadan starts in February.
he won it in August. It had to be like August, July.
Yeah, you're right. It was the pay per view 305. Was it 305?
No, 305 was Duplessis and Strickland.
So
So
304.
so it was July.
Okay, yeah, the end of July card. So when do
So
you
it's in
see?
like 2 months, and they're already. Didn't they do the same thing with Taporia? Like they were just like, "Yo, he doesn't want to fight anybody," but he just won the belt.
Yeah, bro, but there's nothing wrong with if you're the champ. There's nothing wrong with taking a fight fucking 3.5 months from now. That gives you another month off, and then you get back into camp. Champs supposed to fight twice a year, right? Well, that's every 6 fucking months. So after 2.5 months, you should have your next fucking fight lined up. He's going to do the same thing every other champion did. He's going to fight 11 to 13 months, just enough to keep being the champion.
When does Ramadan start? Does anybody know?
April or around April, I think.
Yeah.
But Bilal said he fights during Ramadan. Like he used to be like, "Yo, I don't even care if it's Ramadan. I'll take a fight."
He used to.
Used to
Oh
fight.
He
shit! Oh,
used to.
yeah, you right. He used to.
And I don't mean used to because he's the champion now. I mean because he's a good Muslim now. That's why he gets to train with Khabib in Islam because he's a good Muslim now.
So look,
Hey man, that was a perfect career move though.
Yeah. Yeah.
we already have the fights lined up till December. Um, we January. I don't think
Connor,
he.
Mike, Chandler.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that card. February, we're going back to Sydney. More than likely, that's going to be. I think it's gonna be Duplessis and Strickland, and they're not. I don't think that's the right fan base to take him to over there to Australia.
No, no, no,
So
no, no, no. I don't mean to interrupt you. Dana said he's taking DDP to Africa. He
yeah, I
said
don't
he's
think.
taking him to Africa.
I
But he's been said that.
No, 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 no. He's
Not
always
about
said
DDP though.
we'll get there, we'll get there. He said he needs to get DDP there as champion. He needs to make it happen. I think he's taking DDP to Africa in March or April.
I don't know. I figured Taporia would fight in Spain before then.
I don't
look.
know. I
So
think he holds.
bottom line is I don't think Bilal fights in Australia in February. So that brings us into Ramadan season. We're not looking at March. We're not looking at April, and we might be looking all the way up until May.
Hmm.
Oh, oh, Bilal, the fullest shit ass Bilal. That's all I can say, man. Like, what the? Usman just laid it out perfectly. You boys hit the over on that one, huh?
Yes, we did. Oh my!
Yeah,
I was so nervous. I put two parlays in, and
I
I'm up
got
400. Up 400.
I got three on that. That's gonna put me up pretty nicely right here going into this weekend. Let's go. Good job,
I'm sitting on a
better.
plus 700 Santos prop for points, so hopefully he can finish this fight out. Plus the live bet.
Mike just came
I,
with the. I'm up plus four. I'm up 400. Usman came with the.
hey, it didn't start off good.
Hey, Usman came with the. I'm up pretty good too.
Hey,
Hey, you might get that though, Santos by points because it looks like he's getting a little bit tired.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was
Usman.
thinking about hitting that plus 650 as a hedge just for a few dollars to cover my bet.
Usman, you got any Give me a
We
fight card.
we got hella fight announcements. We'll go. We're gonna start off with some replacements right off the bat. We're looking at September 14th, UFC Noche. Kevin Borjas is out with his fight of him versus Edgar Chairez. Joshua Vance stepping in short notice to fight Chairez on that card. That's gonna be a tough one right there. That's gonna be fun to watch for sure.
Anoche.
Yeah, on Noche. That's Joshua Vance stepping in on 2 weeks basically.
I just would like to point out that the casual fan watching Noche will not know who 70% of the fighters on the card are. Anyway, go ahead.
Fight's gonna be badass though. I think every fight is stacked. Even this one, Chairez versus Van, is going to be a lot of volume, a lot of no defense. September 28th, UFC Paris, where we've got Bolaji Oki versus Chris Duncan.
Well, that's not a bad fight, actually.
Feel like we've only
Man,
seen
that's a good one.
Bolaji one time in the UFC, I believe.
Yep. No,
Okay.
twice, right?
No. That was Contender Series. He knocked the guy out. I think. How did he win the UFC debut? Was it decision?
I want to say it was decision. I'd have to pull up his record.
We ain't got to do all that.
Next fight, we've got another replacement. Nicholas Mota is out of his fight with Ludovic Klein. Stepping in is Roosevelt Roberts. Yeah, if you thought the Mota win was going to be an easy bet against, or if you thought Klein against Mota was going to be an easy bet, Klein versus Roosevelt Roberts is going to be an easier bet. Expect to see a minus 900 on Ludovic Klein.
Yeah, isn't Roosevelt way taller and longer than him, though?
But
Yeah,
he's a
He's a
can
big
though.
Klein though.
He's trash. He's a fade. I'm sorry, Roberts.
It's just that Klein is way more well rounded and his striking is way more fluid than Roberts. Roberts tries to use his length and there's really nothing behind it besides that.
Hey, did
yeah.
you guys see that? That guy. Man, what was those two guys' names? Let me see here real quick. Shit, my computer's lagging a little bit. Oh, Santos and Curry that didn't get contracts on the Dana White Contender Series. Did you guys see that?
Last week or this week?
No, I mean these two fuck faces in the cage that are not getting
Oh,
contracts.
Hey, you know what? If they don't get a contract, that means it went to a decision and Santos won, and I'm okay with that because I'm catching that plus 700, babe.
you got less than a minute. It's going to the distance.
Yeah, they're looking at each other in the middle of the cage like, what do we do now? So
Yeah. They gave each other all they had in the first two rounds. Now they're just like, what do we do?
I don't think we can beat each other, man. How do we look good? I don't know. I don't
Did
know.
you see?
Grapple me.
Will
Grapple me.
Will just Will just stood in the cage and spread his arms like, "What are you gonna do? Punch me in the face again?" Like we haven't
That's
done
when
that
I
already.
said. That's when I started. That's how far behind me you are. That's when I said that.
Tell me the future, boys.
Oh shit. Man. Well, them guys didn't get contracts. What other fight announcements you got, Usman?
October 19th. This is going to be a banger at this new weight class for Jake Hadley. He takes on Brady Highstand. That's going to be a lot of fun for sure.
That's actually I seen that fight. That's going to be a good fight. I seen that announcement. That's going to be a good fight.
Same card, October 19th. Wait, Mike, come on. Who you got? Early lean, Highstand or Hadley?
I'd probably take
Badly.
fuck, what's his name? Yeah, Hadley. Just a better striking, and he stands, I don't know, his striking defense isn't good, but I like his offense. But he's way too open for fucking Hadley. Hadley's gonna piece him up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot of fun for 15 minutes, no matter what. Darren the Damage Elkins is back against Daniel Pineda. We have two old dogs that are finishers. So expect to see an over under at 1.5.
So that's an
H
old
Town,
dog.
baby.
That's an old dog's fight. That's going to be a banger. Some old fights, you're just like, this old motherfucker, that's going to be a banger right there.
Yeah,
Told y'all, I was happy I can finally bet Pineda again.
Yeah, Pineda KO for sure.
What?
Yeah, he's gonna finish Elkins.
Nah, boys. I'm
So
taking
we
the
got
damage.
11 more fight announcements, Joe. I don't know if you want to break them up and go on to a next topic.
Sure. Well, a few more minutes. Is that the last Contender Series fight?
Nah, there's one more.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
dude, this main event's gonna be a banger. Y'all gonna want to watch it.
I mean, I've
And good
been
shit, Tracy
watching.
cashed that one.
You guys seen MGK talking about Sean Strickland in an interview? Said, shut the fuck up and don't speak on me anymore. I know. And then he says something like, but I know you will, and keep making yourself look dumb. When you talk, you just make me look smart. Bro, here's what I'm going to say. Machine Gun Kelly is a perfect example of a guy that's not actually tough, who became a thug rapper based on how tough he is with his gimmick. And Sean Strickland will beat the fucking brakes off him and then knock his teeth out after he quits. MGK should tread lightly. I have zero doubts that Sean Strickland would beat the shit out of him if they were in a room together. Yeah, fuck him. Sean said getting lectured by a guy who drinks blood and wears a purse. Dog, you had a midlife crisis and tattooed your entire body. And the quote, the X community of intolerance, quote, y'all, I'd hang out with you toxic trolls any day over this cunt. Go back to cutting yourself, you fucking weirdo. Then Megan Fox DM'd Sean some weird shit about I know my kids are different and yeah, I hope Sean Strickland beats the shit out of MGK just because I do. Yep, that's how I feel about it. Question though, what's the over/under odds on Sean catching a case in 2024 for beating up MGK?
Uh, so like we're going into 2025 with no case. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Under it happens. What happens in 2024 happens in 2025. What's the over/under odds there?
Give me. I'm going prop bet on nothing ever happens and these two bitches just keep tweeting at each other at plus 1,000.
So they do run into each other at social events. I think Sean smacks him. I think Sean just like gives him one, and MGK cries about it. That's what I think. But I think Sean hits him. You think he could get MGK to show up at the gym?
Fuck no. Hey, uh, MGK might be painting his nails and wearing pink fishnet, but he's not me levels of stupid. Um, I'll go out there and get my ass whooped. He's gonna be like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm not going. I'm not going into your gym."
Bro, I swear to God, I would not stream it. I'd pay $40 pay-per-view to see that sparring session. For real. Cause Sean's a prick when them guys are like, I'll fuck you up, MMA guy. And he's like, oh yeah. And then he lets them get to where they kind of shell up and quit. And then he fucking punches them until they verbally quit. I think it's great. It's what you get for telling a guy you're going to go in the gym and beat him up when he's a professional fucking fighter. Some people think he's a dick, but I think that's what you get. So I hope he gets his hands on MGK. Like, I don't know. I just don't like MGK. He had the better verse than Eminem when they did their little fight argument thing or whatever. But yep, that's all I got.
Wait, what? Whoa. What? Did you just say that?
Yeah, 100%. Go listen to it again, bro. His shit was definitely better than that trash Eminem put out.
He's tripping, man. Goddamn.
I'm just
Look, he
letting you
went
know.
hard on that Tech Nine song. When I heard that Tech Nine song where he shot at Eminem, that was good. But nah, Eminem fucking murdered him, bro.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I feel like just all Eminem's 32-year-old suburban white women went to YouTube and listened to it and made it a hit, but the song actually sucks. Just what I thought. But whatever. I might have a 32-year-old suburban white sister, and her and all her friends were like, "Oh, it's great. He killed MGK." Yay. And I'm like, I don't think that's what happened, guys. But
Well, look,
thumbs up to
we
you.
went from breaking down fights to breaking down rap beef, and it comes down to what do you like more, a better song or better bars? And personally, I think Eminem had the better bars, but I won't lie, MGK had a nice little hook and a nice little chorus and made a nice little fun song about it.
He got him. AP. Listen, man. Now AP wants to go to 185 and fight DDP after he gets a dub on Khalil. I don't think it's smart. I have said this before. When you go up and you find your rhythm, you go back down and you get knocked out. We all know that. That's what happens. Or you go back down and you just clearly lose because the power does not transition back down through the weight cuts. And you think that it does. We've talked about this before. And Ankalaev thinks that AP is running from him. That is the question I pose. You guys think AP's ducking Ankalaev?
Nah.
Do we think what is what? Who? Where?
AP ducking Ankalaev.
No. No. Amidst
I don't think anybody has ever ducked Ankalaev. He's not really duck worthy.
um
Oh my god, I hate y'all right now.
amidst all the Russian and Dagestani freaking push that the UFC has gone for, they have done everything they can to keep Magomed Ankalaev away from a belt. It has
Do you blame him?
what's his name? Magomed can say that they offered him a contract. They did not give AP a contract to fight Ankalaev to the point where AP said, "Nah, I don't want that fight." It was never offered to him. Nobody. I bet you, if AP said, "You know what? I'm tired of all this talk. Give me that Magomed Ankalaev bitch ass," they'd go, "Well, look, he still needs to earn a couple of fights. Just let's not talk about it. We'll give you rank number 7, Khalil Rountree instead." They don't want him anywhere near the belt.
Yeah, yeah, he's fucking snooze fest for a division that feels like it's fucking half dead. I don't know, man. I do think that. So Ali Abdelaziz put out the text. I can confirm Ankalaev was not offered that fight. Um, no, but just because he didn't get a contract sent over to Ali doesn't mean that he didn't get a text saying, "Hey, are you in June or are you in October or when the fuck ever?" And then he said, "Oh, I can't do it." So Ankalaev could have turned that fight down for sure. I don't think AP's dodging him. I don't personally. I just wanted to bring it up because that's the narrative that Ali Abdelaziz is trying to push for his fucking sleazy kind now. Bro, there's a fucking skunk that comes around here every night, bro. He runs my neighborhood. One of you guys got to tell me how to trap this motherfucker and kill it. I got to figure this shit out. So
Skunks smell good,
kill.
bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they don't.
You got to fist fight it.
Yeah, kiss ass with that. Um, so Killcliff MMA, Vicente Luque, Kevin Lee wrestling, and I'll note that Kevin Lee won. But what I was surprised at is Vicente Luque and Kevin Lee are the captains at Killcliff MMA. They're the team captains. Did you guys know this?
Captain of
Vicente
what?
Luque and who?
Kevin Lee,
Captains of what though?
Jim of the team, of the Killcliff team. They are the fucking co-captains.
I don't get it. So like they're gonna go on tournaments and all them fights?
You talking about like their team leaders, right? Like they lead the team.
Yeah, like they're the fucking captain and the co-captain of Killcliff MMA. They're the guys everybody in the gym looks up
That
to.
would explain the stop in evolution and them not getting better. If you're the best guy at the gym, how are you getting better?
Yeah, I'm not like trying to trash them. Like, bro, that's a lot of perspective for me as a bettor. That's a lot of, oh shit, I didn't know Vicente Luque and Kevin Lee are the captains of Killcliff MMA's team. I didn't know that. That changes greatly how I feel about Killcliff MMA fighters. Yeah, maybe I'm tripping, but I'm not going to be able to firmly stand behind anybody that's like, oh, I'm coming in on my wrestling pedigree when I know that your fucking team captains are the wrestlers over there and they're fucking Kevin Lee and Vicente Luque. Call me a prick, call me shit talking, call me whatever you want, but I'm not. Yeah, bro, that
Isn't
just,
Gilbert Burns Killcliff?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know everybody that's over there, but that wouldn't even make sense. How the fuck would he fight under them? I don't get it. That was the only thing. Everybody's talking about how Kevin Lee beat Vicente Luque like it's a big deal, right? I'm not at all. I don't give a shit that Vicente Luque lost to Kevin Lee. In the video, the guy filming the video is like, oh, here they go, here they go. Jim co-captains. And then it gets reported that the co-captains of Killcliff, bro, that ups the fadeability of Killcliff tremendously for me. I don't want to say it that way, but it kind of puts some limits on on expectations out of that gym, if that makes sense. Is that going to change how anybody else bets?
No, because if you remember James Krause was he had a whole he was a coach and he had his own gym and he fought tremendously.
James Krause was fixing fights, bro. What are you talking about?
But when he fought, do you remember when he fought, right?
Uh-huh.
Besides Trevor Giles, he had a pretty good run besides Trevor Giles. Trevor Giles was just too big for him. But he fought like a guy who was coaching. So I don't know. I think if you're like coaching and leading people, I think that kind of gives the fighters a different perspective on fighting.
So
And
you're going to
if
bet
you
on
get what I'm
Kevin Lee?
saying. No, not Kevin Lee. No.
Kevin Lee's currently trying to fight some YouTuber. I have it wrote up somewhere. I don't know. He's currently trying to. Let me see if I don't know. He's trying to fight some fucking YouTuber. I have so many categories this week that I'm just scrolling through randomly picking them because there's no way we can get to all of them. Oh, this one's for Usman and Dead Picks. Why is Tony Ferguson posting just give me fucking Khabib? Why? Why? Why is Tony Ferguson posting?
CTE. It's fine. It's like full blown. We're watching it like Chris Benoit like style, like outright. Be on the watch out.
He says he discredits Khabib by saying, I have the longest win streak in UFC in the at UFC lightweight division at 12. How good it feels to win. And then he does like all this weird shit, slightly jaded symbol, jaded 100%. Don't get me wrong. T was fun, sharing wealth with fighters. T, maybe he means 'twas fun. Yeah, maybe 'twas fun. I don't really know. Believe it's past time, symbol, some shit, emoji. Let them win enough to learn all tells in quotes, all the card symbols, royal flush hashtag. He's a fucking weird guy, but
He's always said like that.
he's fucking weird, bro. Yeah, he's going off the fucking cliff. Khabib said,
No, you said but what?
wait, what do you mean?
You said but I thought you were like gonna have like lead off into something else.
I
I thought you had
am.
a point. All right, nice.
But then I was going to sidetrack for a second and say Khabib came back and said, you know what's interesting? I didn't say anything about you. People just post whatever they want on the internet and write that it's Khabib. Enjoy your life and your family. Leave the sport to the young fighters. Somebody made up some shit that Khabib said about Tony. So Tony went off the fucking deep end. Tony did not accept his apology and said, just give me fucking Khabib. Tony's out of his fucking mind, but people would pay to see him fight Khabib. I actually think it's one of the top 5 biggest fights you could make in the entire fucking UFC right now. I can't believe I just said that.
Look,
Even with
was really
Toby furnishing state?
Yeah, they could main event that bitch. UFC fucking 3-0, whatever they want to. They could. People would tune the fucking, I swear to God. I would.
I'm a Tony believer, but if it was for real, man, he would call him out EBI, jiu-jitsu style, something. Because he's
Eddie
not fighting
Bravo?
MMA. That's gone.
Yeah,
But
I don't know.
jiu-jitsu.
I don't know, bro, but fuck, man. Tony is. I don't know. I have a feeling he's not a happy person at home with life at all. Oh, that's what Kevin. No, that's not it. That's not it. But you guys know who Kevin is? The little MMA reporter guy? I don't know. He could be like 8 feet tall. I just call him the little guy because whatever. Yeah, he keeps getting in trouble for posting shit that they're like, you got to verify your sources and shit like that. Anyway, Kevin posted a video. Dennis the Menace Bermudez says that when fighters retire 2 months later, they take your fight pass away from you. And he's pretty pissed about it. I do think it is pretty shitty that fighters can't just get a lifelong fucking fight pass. Like, can't that just be a thing? But my parents also taught me any job you ever get in life, negotiate everything you want when you go into that job. Negotiate the money, time off if you know you're going to want time off. Negotiate it all up front. I feel like if I got signed with the UFC when I negotiated my contract, I would have to look at them and be like, all right, but free fight pass and pay-per-views for life. They'd have to give you that shit, right? Or you think they just tell fighters like, no, bud, fuck you. Pay for it yourself. You think they just get like a generic login code while they're a fighter? Like, use this code to log in? Well, fuck you guys.
I think they tell
And
you. I think they tell you, shut the hell up and sign this contract. You ain't getting shit, dude.
I don't know, man. I think
you
Dennis
could probably
Bermudez is
negotiate the fight pass, but not the pay per view.
He said you could probably get Fight Pass. Yeah, that's real. Eric Anders is 1 year sober. Congratulations to him. Didn't know he was fighting those demons. So yep, congratulations to him. Usman Nurmagomedov, however, says they were not steroids that got the Brent Primus fight overturned. He says he has an agreement with the California Athletic State Commission because it was medication he was allowed to take, but he's not allowed to tell us because he has an agreement with California. Meanwhile, California overturned his win and made it a no contest. And didn't they take his belt?
No, I don't think they took his belt.
Are you sure? Because I think they did. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's still the champ right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he fights this weekend.
Usman does?
Yeah, 155 Nurmagomedov, the one that fought Brent Primus, he fights Alexander Shabli or something like that.
That's like PFL 2 or whatever, right?
It's called Bellator Championship Series 4.
Ooh. I refuse to watch now.
Once again, you've seen me rant in the group chat. I'll rant again right now. It's absolutely fucking retarded for them to say, hey, UFC was off last weekend. There were no combat sports, no boxing. Let's also take the week off. And let's take our Nurmagomedov star and put him up against the UFC. And also, let's do another one. And let's put it up against UFC Noche and Canelo on the same day. It's just...
Nobody is watching that card on Noche on whatever it is, the 17th, the 14th. Nobody is watching Bellator's card that day. Nobody.
So stupid.
What, the Francis Ngannou fight?
No, it's Johnny Eblen versus Fabian Edwards 2.
They didn't move that fight?
Well, yes, Edwards got pulled off, but they still have the event that's going to happen.
Oh,
And
damn, that's stupid.
And the marketing was that every Bellator fight or event is going to have 2 championship fights. So that championship fight is off. Nobody knows who the fuck the other co-main championship fight was supposed to be. And
No, I thought it was a championship fight and then the number one contender, so the champion know who they're fighting next.
No, from what the slogan was is that there's going to be 2 championship fights on every Bellator card. That's why there's only 8 a year.
Oh, it
Yes,
wasn't like
sir.
that the first two. I mean, the
Well,
last 2 events, yeah.
I think the way they get around that now, Usman, is they'll be like, no, Don Davis said that. And we don't really let Don talk no more because he's a fucking idiot. And Peter Murray didn't say that yet. So it's not true. That's just my guess, Usman, because Don Davis is a fucking idiot.
Typical PFL tour.
Yes, sir. I mean, I got topics for days. We're running a little over here. I'm trying to let this fight end before we jump into the card. I thought that would be appropriate. If this fight could end, we could hop into the card. But fuck, man, these guys won't just get it done.
I'm driving. Let me know if the Asian guy wins.
He
Wasn't he
looked good in the
minus?
first round.
He was minus 500. No, well, one of them was.
Yeah,
Igor is the favorite.
I got the Asian at plus 375, I believe.
Oh, the dog! You got the dog.
Joe Lazan. I always say his name. Joe Lazan says we'll probably never see him fight again. He's not retiring, and he's not retired, but his win 5 years ago is probably the last time we're ever going to see him fight. So no one even realized that he was done until long after he was done. And I think that really means that you're done. He didn't need to announce his retirement. He didn't need to make a big conscious life decision to be like, this is what I'm going to go do. It just came to an end for him. So good for him. Nick Diaz. Did everybody see the Nick Diaz video?
I refuse to watch him.
He made me feel bad, dude. He said he's off like some shit or whatever. I'm like,
Hey,
oh god, he's all
I'll watch a
shaky.
guy with mental trauma fight. I'm not gonna watch him talk for 4 minutes. Sorry.
It was 9.
Damn.
He said he's
Bro,
going after everybody or something like that.
yeah. So he said, don't for a sec think I forgot all you little fighters who had a lot of shit to say about me. I'm going to hunt all you pussies down one at a time after I'm done with this guy. Nick looks bad. It is what it is. He looks bad. I was cracking jokes in the chat. Have you ever seen The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg? Remember his older cracky brother? Nate Diaz is going to be trying to get that trilogy fight with Conor. And Nick's going to be in the gym talking about, we got to do jiu-jitsu. We got to do jiu-jitsu.
Is that the one where Christian Bale plays the brother? The old trainer? Is it Christian Bale?
Yeah, I think so. That might be him. Yeah.
That's all I had. I just wanted to make sure it was that movie.
Yeah, bro. Nick Diaz should never fight again.
So you're saying I shouldn't support him and be buying his autographs and merchandise? Because that's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm sure. What do they go for on eBay nowadays?
Gloves are like 50, depending on what you want. You can get a Strike Force glove, a UFC glove. It's a pretty shitty autograph, I'm not gonna lie. And then the shirts are like 30, 40 bucks.
He said it's a pretty shitty autograph. I'm not gonna lie. Ah, fuck. At least you're honest, Dead Pigs. At least you're fucking honest. All right. So Marab is getting drunk. Marab is opening cuts. Marab is removing stitches. Marab is training outside in the rain for Noche. Sean O'Malley is training with the Arizona Cardinals and doing photo ops and fucking up their practice. Raul Rosas Jr. is getting haircuts in front of the Sphere to promote Noche. I would like to tell you that every time they run the Sphere through the lights test for Noche, it apparently cost $1 million. So I'm real curious to know how much that haircut cost the UFC. Because it clearly was set up by the UFC. And Dana White is so mad that UFC Noche is about to flop that he's accusing T-Mobile of guaranteeing Canelo's gate for them. Reporters say they're not doing that. We called them. Dana says, fuck you, they're not doing that. I bet they're not. Who says? Sources, right? Dana's pretty mad. I think Noche is already a flop. I think it's already cooked. Yep, that's my point of view on Noche. Usman.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Did anybody else see or take note that O'Malley brought in Rosas to go train with him for this camp?
Did he really?
I believe I saw that, and then a lot of pictures are coming up about Raul Rosas' body change from his last fight to his most recent pictures, and I'm thinking, oh shit, he's on that O'Malley Ostering.
Man. And then O'Malley's going to be in the cage doing shoo-wee-wees and shit. Crazy.
We can only pray.
Rosas is probably a good guy to train with if you want to work takedown defense. Like, let's be honest. And if you want to work counter grappling, like being able to get your way back up to the cage. I don't know that I would say he's on the level Merab is. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I don't think that's a bad move is all I'm saying. I don't think that's a bad move at all. Anderson Silva's son, Gabriel Silva, suffered a KO loss to Anthony Taylor, who now wants to fight Darren Till. Darren Till accepts the fight with Anthony Taylor. But the knockout was total bullshit. Did you guys see it?
I saw him sit him on his ass. I don't know what you mean by bullshit.
That's not the
Yeah, that's what I saw
knockout.
too.
That's not the knockout.
Was there more to that fight?
Yeah, he gets up from that, catches a two-piece against the ropes, and the ref jumps in and waves the whole fight off.
Okay,
Wild as fuck.
okay, that does suck. Because yeah, I saw him get up, but I didn't go looking for any other highlights or anything. I didn't even know how the fight had ended.
All right, so in the space, let me see here. Let me hop in the space with the fucking. I'm gonna put this one in the comments real quick. It's just us in here right now, and yeah, this shit is fucking insane. Why is it doing this? Listen live. Go here, bitch. I'm already here. Start listening. I'm in here, you bitch. What are you doing? Oh, I wasn't in there. I was listening to the recording of the one we fucked up earlier, or the space crashed earlier. Nah, bros. I'm not gonna fuck with that. It says that when I join live, it says that I'm not live. It's fucking weird. Anyways, sorry. That killed a bunch of time. So he's against the ropes. He's kind of rope-a-doping a little bit. He looks all right, and then the ref just jumps in and waves it off. I'm gonna post it in like the group chat or something here, so at least you guys can find it somewhere. It's pretty fucking ridiculous, to be honest. There we go. I'll put it in the group chat, and it's there if anybody wants to go see it. After that, what did I have? I have one good one left. Robert Whitaker versus Chimaev. You guys think it's off? Got moved from a 5-round fight, co-main event, to a 3-round feature fight. Think it's off?
Weren't they just wasn't the rumor going around that just Kamzat probably asked for the 3 round because he knows he couldn't survive the 5 round?
I think that's just fan shit saying that. I bet that fight's off.
Cut
If
him.
for real got moved down to 3 rounds, like that's official.
Yeah, it got moved down the card and moved down to 3 rounds. I bet that fight is off. If I had to bet money on whether or not that fight was on or off, I would definitely say that fight is fucking canceled. And the UFC does not want to announce that yet. They'll wait till 2 weeks out, week out. Chimaev can't do it. He's absolutely sick. And I mean absolutely sick.
This Asian's going sick right now. But fucking yeah, I don't think Kamzat. Yeah, I think that COVID, like you said, fucked him up for real, man. There's no fucking way.
So 2 days ago, the UFC's official Twitter page posted that it's still the co-main event.
And then later that night, they posted that Alexander Volkov and Surreal Gan are the co-main event 5 rounds.
No. They posted that by accident first, took it down and deleted it, and then they posted this one.
Is that how it went?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's reassuring then, I suppose. Well, that's all I got, man. I mean, I could go through. I had a bunch of bookmarks and shit. But man, let's just hop into the card a little bit. I don't think it's going to take us a fuck ton of time to break this one down. And when we're competing with the Dana White Contender Series watch-alongs, it's a little rough in space. We're doing it for replays right now. We did hit all our normal listens, though, last week, man. 108 people or some shit. That's pretty much what we get, even on the worst cards. So on good cards, it does way better. But we consistently seem to get about 100 people coming back every week. So shout out to those people. And YouTube is growing, even though right now we're a little stagnant. We're going to make some moves when I get that set done. I'm going to get some good cameras. We'll get it all figured out. Yeah, we'll work it all through. UFC, Gilbert Burns versus Sean Brady on September 7th, 2024. Ah, man. Zygimantas. All right, first fight of the night. Zygimantas Ramaska versus Nathan Fletcher. Both guys debuting. Yeah, I'm not on this fight at all. I didn't do any tape. I've been working on the studio. So if it's not fighters, I know I won't have a fuck ton of input. I can tell you, let me go over and get odds so that I can at least be ready to give that on all the damn fights. Let's see here. So Fletcher is minus 145. Ramaska is plus 116. The over-under is set at 1.5, minus 165. Trace, are you betting this fight?
What fight's that?
The opening fight on this weekend's card. Ramaska versus Fletcher.
I was on Fletcher probably by decision. I had to look at the props when they come out, but yeah, Zygimantas or whatever his name is from Tough. He got pretty well beat up against a guy that couldn't really strike, or was a striker but only a striker. Didn't have clean striking. Was more of just a power striker. Fletcher's a wrestler. I feel like Fletcher's probably going to run through him as far as the grappling goes. But we'll see. So I'll probably take the over, and probably Fletcher by decision or by submission.
Very nice. Mike, you betting that fight?
No, it's too close for me. Yeah, again, Fletcher's a really good wrestler. I think that'll probably be the equalizer, but it's hard for me to ignore the striking of Zygimantas, or however you say his name. He's a violent striker. So if he can keep the fight standing, then it's him. But if Fletcher gets it down, then it's him. It, I just really don't know how it's gonna go. So I'm staying away from it.
Nice. Usman, you betting that fight?
Parlaying the over, and that's it. Just like everybody else, nobody feels the need to bet on this fight.
Fair enough. Bets, you getting in on that fight?
No, sir.
Yeah, me neither. Don't need to push it. Up next should be André Petroski versus Dylan Budka. Minus 288 on Petroski, plus 223 on Dylan. The over is minus 180 on 2.5. Plus 150 on the under. I would say this is an easy over 1.5 if you're building like a 12 leg. I know they're giving the 2.5, but when you're building them deep, it still pays well to take 1.5. So I probably like the 1.5 on this fight. Don't give a shit how bad Petroski beats up Dylan Budka. I just need him to go for 7.5 minutes. Usman, what are you playing on this fight? Thumbs down, motherfucker. That's all I get. Fine, Mike. What are you playing on the Petroski fight?
I took the over. I feel like this is how would I say this? Petroski's striking is fucking horrible, and Budka is gonna have the advantage in striking, but Petroski is gonna have the advantage in wrestling. I think he can grind out a decision win as long as he doesn't try to strike, because Budka, even though he's not like this high level striker, it is way better than Petroski's, and he will be able to touch him. But again, Petroski is the stronger wrestler. I think he just him by decision. I'll probably just lay a little bit on him by decision too. But the over for me, that's the bet.
Very nice, very nice. Usman.
My bad, my bad. I get busy randomly. Yeah, goes the distance as a minus 155. That tells us that we're gonna hit the over. Two heavy wrestling guys. Both of these guys got somewhat decent chins. Uh, I understand what Mike's saying about Budka having the better striking, but I feel like the power of Petroski will make it a lot more hesitant, slow the fight down, and then both of these guys just wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. I'm going to be looking at Petroski by points. God damn, that sucks. It's minus 105. Maybe we'll look at Petroski by split decision or Petroski by submission. Split decision, we're looking at plus 1,000. Yep, I'm touching that.
Plus 1,000 on the split.
Yes, Petroski to win by split plus 1,000. Budka to win by split plus 1,400. On the other side, you're looking at the unanimous decision line for Petroski plus 110. Garbage.
Yeah, that's a rough ass play right there. Ain't no way around it. That's a rough ass play right there. All right, let's see what's next. I see
Hold up, hold
Ozzy.
up, hold up. Can I get a take on this, bud?
My bad, bro. My
Fuck me.
bad.
I know I'm new here, but shit.
I was
Uh,
looking over at the contender series and shit. He's getting a contract even though he didn't get to finish.
so I finished up 14 units up on this tonight's contender series. So shout out to these guys. Could have been a lot more had the Asian guy finished with the KO. I had him in a parlay and a couple of his KO props. But yeah, I also had the decision prop for him. I feel like just after that first round, this guy was nobody. But back to the fight at hand. Uh, Realistically, after the first round, this fight becomes very much a toss up, man. Neither one of these guys have shown to have very good cardio. Budka fell apart after one round of grappling Cesar Almeida and then died in the second. And then Petroski has just historically had bad cardio whenever he's had to push a pace or been pushed at a pace. So if these guys go out and grapple in the first round, and this fight's still standing, man, like whoever's the dog, throw some money on the dog and a live bet on this fight. I do like that plus 1,000 split prop for either side, honestly. And also, man, I don't hate the late round two or round three sub prop that I'm probably gonna touch on FanDuel whenever it comes out for Petroski. Uh, Even if you're tired, if you're wrestling and you're on top and you're not being put in a bad position, if he is able to go out there and win these wrestling positions, uh, less energy, more conservation. You spend less energy when you're on top, obviously. So yeah, give me the late round submission props as well. I'll probably be all over Petroski from a late round standpoint.
Fair enough. I think he's the side for sure. Ozzy, nice to see you in the room, bud. Get after it.
Yeah, what's happening, fellas? Just finished watching the Contender Series. Not a bad show tonight. Couple big dogs won. Um, yeah, this Petroski fight though, I agree with the round three. I like the round three as well. I mean, this Budka guy, he's going to go for takedowns over and over again. He's not going to get the better of the feet of the stand up. I think Petroski round three is going to be fucking hopefully very nice because I'm going to have a piece of it for sure, and I think it's going to be. I might have to go 2-3 to be honest. Um, he got taken out of there in the second round last time, and that bloke that bloke he beat last time, he's just a kickboxer, man, and he was defending all those takedowns from memory. So yeah, I like Petroski, man. I like him late as well. It might not even go the distance. So if you're betting the split, maybe chuck a little on that round three as well because you're gonna hate yourself if you don't if he gets that round three finish. So yeah, I'll take some Petroski round three.
Yeah, Usman, don't be shy with those contender series winnings, Bubba. Spread that money out.
Usman, how'd you do on the
Who
contender
was it?
series tonight?
Did the Asian win?
Yes, he did by decision.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, he
sir.
did.
Then we're looking, I think, probably around 4 units. I'm driving and eating an ice cream. Sorry.
Oh, I'm about to snitch. I'm about to call the cops.
Bro, I'm
Bro, hey, he's
driving.
already celebrating with that winning money by buying ice cream with it. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm driving, eating an ice cream, and doing a fucking space. If y'all need me to type something, I can do that too. I got my tablet here.
I know you. I know Usman's unit size between the ice cream and the gas. He's still losing money.
That was a
Uh,
good one. That was a good one.
all right.
He probably just made him drop his ice cream while he was driving.
He just at least motherfuckered me and muted the shit out of his mic to do it. Up next, Jaqueline Amorim versus Vanessa Demopoulos. Surprise, surprise, really overset on this one. Amorim is minus 313. Demopoulos is plus 241. The over is set at 2.5 rounds, minus 210 to take it, minus 170 or plus 170 to go under. So I know this is like a super duper obvious over. I don't know, man. I think Amorim has a little bit of a finishing upside. I don't think Demopoulos is great. I know that we haven't seen her finished, and she's gone to the decision almost all of her UFC fights. Uh, but she does scramble is the word I'll use. She does exchange and scrambles if offered. I think Jaqueline can bait her into something. Maybe not get like a dominant takedown, but end up in the grapple with her and find a finish. I'm probably still going to play the over 1.5, but man, this is one of those ones I actually feel a little nervous about playing it. Trace, I almost played you out and skipped you last time. Get after it first. What are you playing on this fight, bud?
Man, I have never like. I get it. She's got the bubbly personality, but I have just not been a Vanessa Demopoulos fan as far from a fighting standpoint. Man, lacks a lot of technique on the feet. Very very hittable. Honestly, this is a two girls that are mostly win by jujitsu or by submissions. Be interested to see if this plays out in the feet. We do know that Amorim has had at least one KO. It was a 10-second KO earlier in her career. Don't know that she really connects that kind of power, but the way that she reacts to getting punched, I don't think she being the Demopoulos, the way she reacts to being punched, I don't think she has to land too many to get the referee stoppage. She just has very, very bad reactions to being punched. So, yeah, give me Jaqueline Amorim to win by inside the distance.
Man, I thought I was going to be on a fucking island on the inside the distance on this fight. Man, nice. Usman.
Look, if you're looking at inside the distance, just save yourself the money and hit Jacqueline Amorin by submission because she's not gonna get a knockout. Shout out to all us fucking Demopoulos betters who got her on that last fight against Ducati. The one thing you can say about her is she's tough as a motherfucker. She's gonna fight for your money. You take both girls by split decision. Amorin by split plus 450, and Ducati Demopoulos by split plus 900, and you come out on top either way. Um, these girls are gonna be scrambling like fucking crazy. You're gonna get in some sweaty ass spots, but I don't see the submission coming. On the feet, Amorin might be a little bit more technical, but you know Demopoulos is a dog. She's gonna stay in the face. I don't know what you're talking about like reacting bad to getting hit. The girl's face turns red as a motherfucker, but she stays right in your junk for all 15 minutes, and that's how she won the Ducati split decision. I just think you take both girls by split, and you can put the over on a parlay, and you're sitting pretty.
I'm not going to argue with it. But I'm still not playing them split fucking props. No way. Mike, what are you playing on this fight?
I actually have Amorim inside the distance too. I don't think the scrambling is going to be competitive at all. Amorim is just way better, and she plays to her strengths. She's not going to fuck around on the feet too much. She knows where her strengths are at, and it's in the jujitsu. And I think she's better at jujitsu than Demopoulos. Now, I am going to sprinkle a little bit on Demopoulos via split decision, only because she is a dog. She, even though she's very hittable, she's still like she just bites down and makes it a fight. And I don't think Amarim is going to respond well when she meets resistance at a high pace. So I think she gets the submission, and I think she gets it like in round 1 or 2. But I think if it goes beyond 7 minutes, I think Vanessa, we might see the fight start going into Vanessa's favor. And it just depends on how the judges see it. So I'll sprinkle a little bit on Demopoulos via split, but my bet is on her inside the distance, Jaqueline.
Very nice. Aussie fight fan. Get after it. Close this one out, bud.
Yeah, man, I'm loving what I'm hearing from Mike and Usman, man. I like the split as well. She's gone to Demopoulos, gone to split decision 4 times. 25% of her fights end in split. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the Amorim Sam Hughes fight because she lost that decision. I'm interested to see how she did in that third round. Because if she doesn't get it, we like Michael's saying, man. Demopoulos is a dog, man. She's going to be there in that third round. If she's down 2 rounds, she's going to go for it. She's probably going to win that third round, to be honest. And you don't fade strippers in Vegas, man. Give me Demopoulos split decision. She's a dog here. Maybe we'll get a decent price on it. Other than that, yeah, I don't mind the submission bet either on the other side. I mean, hopefully we get some decent odds. It's probably I haven't seen any odds yet. Is goes the distance is juicy? Is it? If it goes the distance is juicy, we're probably going to get a decent price on the sub, and hopefully we can get a decent price on the Demopoulos by split decision, being that she's the dog. But fight ends in split is probably going to be juicy, man. They've really caught on to these. Like we're seeing plus 200s now on split decisions in these girl fights, and yeah, I'm not going to be playing any of those at those number, but maybe you can get a decent price on the dog by
So
split.
this is a little wacky, Ozzy. I got all the numbers for you. Goes the distance minus 190. We're looking at Amarim by submission plus 325, and we're looking at Demopoulos by split plus 900. Amarim by split plus 450, and then goes to split on its own plus 400.
Oh, +4 for ends in split. That's good. I'd get that because that ain't going to be there for long. I don't have lines for that yet in Australia, but I'm sure by the time I get lines, it's going to be juiced out. So yeah, I don't mind that at all. +400, -200 to go the distance, and then you're getting +400 in split in a girls' fight. Yeah, I'd take that for sure.
Yeah, not bad. I get it. I'm still not touching
Yeah.
the splitty.
You just need one judge, Joe. We just need one judge.
Yeah, that's fair. Find out if Sal D'Amato's fighting. I wonder how many of Sal's fights end in split. I fucking wonder. All right, what's up next here? So up next is Yiza versus Gabriel Santos. One name? Yiza? I don't know, man. I can't say it. Is got like 5, 6 US.
What is he
Got a
still?
got a whole bunch of road to the UFC fights. Was got beat up on the Spivak versus Lewis card, which I think was the end of the first road to the UFC. And then Gabriel Santos, we have seen lose twice. I would make an assumption. I know how the UFC wants this fight to go. Santos is minus 270 though, and Yiza is plus 209 on averages. The over is set at 2.5, minus 160. Man, I figure Santos would be the fade for sure. How fucking horrible is this chick? Trace, what are you playing on this fight?
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Who was the fight?
The Yiza Santos fight.
I didn't do any tape work. I don't even know. I didn't watch the road to China or any of that stuff, so I don't even know who this guy is. So yeah, I'm no help on this, my man.
That's
Gotcha.
funny. Road to China.
Yeah, I heard him. I heard him fuck it up. I just
Road through China to the UFC. Come on.
yeah, I knew what he meant. What are you betting on this fight, Mike?
I actually have Yiza. Like they're both real. They're both similar. Santos is just bigger. Yiza keeps a much higher pace though. They're both, as far as I'm concerned, they both have amazing grappling. Like on the ground, they're both fucking phenomenal. I love watching them scramble. That's going to be where the real treat is when you watch this fight, is who gets the better of the grappling. But as far as striking goes, Santos might be able to hit him a little bit harder, but Yiza is going to be able to take it. He's going to take it, keep pushing forward, and just hit him back and push a much higher pace. So I think Yiza by decision is my bet.
I'm not mad at it. Santos has just not performed well in the UFC, in my
To be
opinion.
fair, though, he has had a pretty tough run of it. I mean, Lerone Murphy in his debut
Yeah,
versus David Onama
two
in the
tough
second fight.
fights.
So, granted, we aren't as high on Onama as we thought we were going to be when he first came into the UFC, but like still, that's not like it's pretty tough beginning to your UFC career.
That's fair. I
And
mean,
went to a split with Lerone Murphy at that.
Yeah, massive step down for sure. For sure.
yeah, that's probably why the odds are lying the way they are.
Yeah, to be fair to Lerone Murphy, he did fight a horrible fight against him, though.
Lerone Murphy fought the horrible fight.
Yeah, he was once he got hit you saw him in the first round when he got hit and he felt Santos's power. He just wanted to get it back, and he kind of just went with that game plan the whole fight. Just let's just fight each other, and it was bad. They were both hitting each other really good.
Fair enough. Man, this is not a fight I want to kill. Yeah. Can we just move on? I'm so sorry, guys.
I didn't expect us to spend much time on this fight, honestly.
Yeah. I'm trying, good spirit about it. But man, Felipe Dos Santos versus André Lima is next. André Lima is over on the odds board at minus 185. Felipe Dos Santos plus 150. The over is set at 2.5, minus 240 to take the over 2.5 rounds. Probably a good line, to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of Andre Lima. I I like I'm familiar with Felipe Dos Santos. I know who he is. I remember watching him fight. He beat I should just go click his name, but he beat
Victor Altamirano.
yeah, the good looking kid, Victor Altamirano. Yep.
Not the same kid.
Not the same kid.
Whoa, Victor Altamirano is not a good-looking kid.
Maybe that's not what I'm thinking of, but I thought, man, I do remember seeing him win. I remember watching him fight. I know that Lima's got a few in the UFC, but it's just not a guy that I've picked up a lot of traction on. We've been getting after a lot of this shit, and I cover a lot of this stuff, and it's hard to pick up on everybody. I'm gonna throw a dart at the board. Well, Ozzy went up first, so I'm gonna let Ozzy get after it first.
Yeah, man. I like this Andre Lima kid, man. This is Shark Bite, right? He come out and got bit by old
Yeah,
mate.
he's the one that got bit by the
Um,
other guy.
yeah, I like this guy, man. He's really active. I mean, he's fought a bunch of times, like in a year and a half. This will be his or fifth or sixth fight, I think, in just a year and a half. This guy, he's really active. He's young. He's hungry. Both guys are young. Yeah, I kind of like him here, man. I think he can keep pace in this fight and hopefully get the better of the striking. And he's not going to be lost in the grappling either. He can mix it up pretty well. So, yeah, I'm hoping he just doesn't gas out or anything crazy like that. And yeah, I'll take a piece of him. What's the line for this fight?
I think Lima's like minus 140 or something like that. Or
minus
Yeah, pretty
185.
close. Yeah, minus 185 for Lima. Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, that's going to keep me away from it. But yeah, I really like him in this fight. So hopefully the line will get a bit tighter come fight time.
I think I might take a shot on Felipe dos Santos. Fought the better competition, lost to Manel Cop in a decision to Manel Cop. He's just seen better fighters. I thought he was losing the fight where he got bit, honestly, and the Raposo fight was close. Yeah, give me the guy that's seen the better competition, who's actually even ranked higher worldwide than him. He's actually the higher ranked fighter coming in. Yeah, give me the higher ranked fighter from Brazil.
Ain't nothing wrong with
I'll
that.
take a decision on that fight. Probably take the over, and I'll probably grab the decision prop for him as well.
Fair enough. Mike, what are you betting?
I'm betting Lima. I think the price right now is decent. If it goes any higher, I would stay away. But yeah, Lima to me just has the better reactions, better control, just overall, just better striking game. Felipe is just really, he's really just going to be too aggressive, and Lima's going to be able to catch on to that because he's really open for counters. That's why even though Cop was super fast, he was still able to counter him because he's just so open with his attacks. Lima's the same way. He's going to be able to touch him with the hands or the feet. And as fast as he is with his kicks, I don't. Oh, I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, I think overall, just the striking game of Lima is better than Dos Santos. Yeah, pretty simple. I think Lima by decision.
Fair
You
enough.
said the over two is like minus 140?
Uh, no, I think it was minus 240.
240? Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah, minus 240 to go over 2.5. Yeah, that's kind of a shit line. Usman, what are you playing there?
So I'm gonna keep it simple. The strat tells me to go over. We're going over. I'm not a fan of the Felipe kid, so we'll just fade that right there. If we're looking at these first four fights, I usually always do it, and I feel pretty confident in this week. Parlay the first four fights is plus 500 to go over, and then I'll probably throw this one in there as well.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, and just one other thing. I feel like he lost that fight to Altamirano.
Oh, me too, man. I thought he lost the fight to Altamirano for
It was
sure.
very
I
clear
think
to
I
me
had
that
a
he
ticket on
won. I mean, he
Altamirano.
lost.
Fucking haters. Yeah, fucking haters. You guys over there. Fucking haters. Zabet.
I'm throwing Lima in a parlay. Let's go.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so the next fight up. Wait a minute. Did I skip somebody on that one right there? No, I think Trace just went after Ozzy, and I didn't say nothing, so I feel like I skipped him. I think.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
All right. So here, is anybody betting Brendon Marotte?
He's not
Man,
even
that
worth taking a shot on.
plus 900, you kind of might have to take a little sprinkle on it, man. It's just getting blown out for a
You're
guy that's
getting
coming off a loss.
You're getting smoked if you only got him at plus 900, bro. He's at plus 1200 at some books already. That's not even his best line. Plus 1300 if you find him at, oh, those are probably Aussie's books, Ned's and Ladbrokes. Those are either his or the UK books. But either way, bro, yeah, there's not much to talk about here. Everybody is very high on Isaac Dulgarian, despite the loss. Yeah. Aussie, tell me what your bet on this one.
Yeah, I hit that plus 1300, man. That's insane. I got it last week. I was just scouring through the lines after the card, and like, how do you not bet like this chick today? One of the contender series, she was 10-1, man. 10-1 knocks this bitch out cold in the first round, man. Crazy shit happens, and you got to if you're getting a 14-1, you got to look at every possibility. Like injuries, fucking disqualifications, fucking everything you got to take into account. 14-1 is value. Like this guy, like he got cleaned up by Terrence McKinney. Well, McKinney's got fucking 15 wins, 14 of them he's cleaned up some poor prick in the first round. Like that. That's no reason for this guy to be 14-1. I know Dulgarian is good. He is a good fighter. He deserves to be in the UFC. Um, this other bloke honestly probably doesn't, but still 14-1, man. I mean, unless you're going to come out and do exactly what Terrence McKinney did, even if he loses, he's going to cover that 14-1. Like 14-1 is a ridiculous line. If he gets up and wins, it's going to be one of the biggest upsets in UFC history. There's no reason Dulgarian should be one of the biggest favorites in the UFC. Like it's I know he's good. He is a good fighter, and he's going to win this fight. But if he doesn't, plus 1400. I mean, there's no reason to be putting Dulgarian in parlays or anything at that price. It's ridiculous.
Did
If
you see
Marotte was
Dulgarian's
plus
price?
800, I wouldn't bet him.
Did
But
you see his price?
yeah, what is it? It's like
Minus
paying like $2 for
2300 in
like
some places, bro.
yeah. Yeah, why? Like I can understand Bo Nickel getting that a guy who's going to wrestle you and tap you out and stuff like that. Dulgarian, this fight's going to be on the feet for some time. Who knows what could happen. So yeah, give me that fucking 14-1. That's insane. That's an auto bet for me. I don't give a shit if it loses. I expect it to lose, but every now and then, like what happened today in the contender series, man, it gets up sometimes.
It's
And that chick was 10 to
it's
1,
way
man. It's
worse than I
crazy.
thought. Minus 2500, minus 5000, minus 10,000 at
Yeah,
Leo Vegas. That's fucking
this isn't
insane.
this isn't John Jones versus fucking some bum. You know what I mean? Like this is just a good guy versus a not very good guy, and this dude's just not one of the best in the UFC. And yeah, I don't know. I just see so much potential. If this fight gets to round two, you've got your value out of that plus 1400, 1300 in my opinion. So if it was 8-1, I wouldn't touch it, but 14-1, give me that all day.
Well, you make money, so I can't argue with you. Zabets.
Yeah, shout out Isaac Dulgarian. They said this is the highest odds ever for a UFC fight. So shout him out. I think honestly I'm not gonna touch this fight. Shout out Ozzy too, because he's standing on business taking the dog. So that's pretty cool. But quick question, Joe, where'd you get those odds so fast? How'd you get that so fast?
Man, capmma.com. Everybody here already knows. I'm not going to plug it. I'm going to try to get an official plug together for when we get up on YouTube a little better, where it rolls it automatically. So these right now, I'm building the YouTube studio, and even though we'll still be here doing this, it'll be different. I don't know. I put my free time into that right now, hoping to have it done in a few weeks. So these spaces are a little more chillaxed right now, a little less structure. If you guys seen my notes for today, you'd be like, what does that even fucking say? Does it even make sense? But I know what it all means. So whatever, we're good to go. Up next, OSP Ovince St. Preux versus Ryan Spann. Minus 339 on Ryan Spann. Plus 270 on OSP. Over 1.5 plus 120. Under 1.5 minus 150. OSP by decision. Ryan Spann fucking sucks. I'm being a little bit of a troll there, but man, OSP by decision. All right, OSP isn't going to win, but OSP taking him to decision is possible, is what I will say. That under at minus 150 seems crazy. If it was 2.5 rounds, I get it, but under 1.5 OSP, I don't know. I just don't see it. Trace.
Come on, Joe. You know we're about to see the final St. Preux choke of his career. You know he's gonna get his big ass tired, take him down, and get that St. Preux choke, baby. Let's go. Or the
Yeah,
Von Preux. That's what it's the Von Preux, right?
Von
yeah.
Flu.
No,
No,
they've
no,
changed it.
they started messing with it and changing it because Jason Von Flew only ever did it once. St. Prue's done it 2 or 3 times at this point in his career, so they started changing the name to his.
I think he's done it like 5 times, bro.
Yeah, he's done it a lot.
Yeah, he's done it insane amounts of times. So yeah, they do now call it. They do acknowledge it as the St. Preux um, choke instead of the Von Flu. Oh no, Von Preux, right?
Yeah,
They
Von
merged the
Preux.
name Von Preux. Yep. So they do. Um, anyways, my bad. You said you think are you actually betting OSP to get the choke?
Man, if it's a thick line, like I might have to, bro. I might have to jump on that submission prop just because I think St. Preux knows he can't stand with him on the feet, and if you get him down, you got a chance.
I think that if you wait until bet day and go to
Oh yeah, it
draft
won't be an early line for sure.
and you go to DraftKings, you could probably bet the actual Von Proof choke, and probably get plus 2,500 or plus 4,500. They might not give you that on that though. For that might not you might not see those type of odds. I should take that back, but I bet you would get at least plus 2,000 submission specific. I bet you would get at least plus 2,000.
I don't know if it'll be that high, but I would imagine around +9 at least. I feel like I could get a pretty decent line on it for something, just because he's mostly a submission guy or was mostly a submission guy. Ryan Spann in his career as well.
No,
So
I don't think they price them that low when you take specific finishes. I don't think they price them that low, do they?
No, a specific finish would be crazy, but like as far as for me, DraftKings doesn't offer specific or certain types of chokes. It's
So
just
that
grouped.
have you looked the morning of for those?
No, because I've never really thought about it the day of, honestly.
Man, I'll be honest, I can't remember if it's them or MGM, but I'm like 90% sure it's DraftKings.
Is it?
Because
I
I
think
usually
Bet
bet on
Rivers, isn't
Friday.
it? I think Bet Rivers does that shit.
I usually do it. I usually like to put my bets in on Friday nights. I don't know. It's just what I do. Sometimes early Saturday morning, but I'm pretty positive on Saturdays you can get submission specific bets, and they start at like plus 2,000, plus 2,500. Aussie.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, for a Von Flu specific, yeah, you're probably looking at 50 to 1 or something insane like that. Being that his sub prop is plus 1,200 OSP to win by sub plus 1,200. I mean that's bettable by itself. I kind of like either guy to win by sub because Spann's got a really good guillotine and they both spend some time in the clinch. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Like last time out, man, fucking St. Peru cost me a lot of money, man. That fight went the distance against Kenny Nunchucks. That was insane. I think he won by split which was 34-1. I wish I had a piece of that, but that was just insane that fight even went. But nothing will surprise me now. Like Joe was saying, like this fight goes the distance. I mean, that's not going to shock me after last time out. I expect Spann to probably come out and just knock this fool out early, but if he doesn't, it might look like that Kenny Nunchucks fight. So I'm paying minus 150 for a Spann KO. No chance. I'd rather fucking roll the dice on a St. Preux sub at plus 1200. So yeah, if I have anything on this fight, it might be fight ends in sub or something like that. But I mean, St. Preux sub at plus 1200. How many times has he hit that? You know, like that number is pretty crazy.
Ozzy, did you say Kenny Nunchucks?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the dopest nickname
Permission to
I've
steal
ever
that
heard.
shit. Permission to
I
steal
don't
that shit,
know.
Tony.
I don't know what's better, Kenny Nunchucks or what did Chael call Charlie Olives? I don't know which one I like better, bro. Those are both pretty slick.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think Kenny Nunchucks. It's been out there. It's been out there for a bit, but
Kenny Nunchucks just new, and I
yeah,
fucking like it.
yeah. But he fucked me last time, so fuck that guy and his nunchucks. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it goes the distance, but I mean, not too surprised after last time. So, yeah, I'll take some St. Preux sub at plus 1200. That just seems wild to me. He's only got to hit that a couple times in his career to pay off, and he's done it multiple times. So, yeah, I'll take a piece of that.
Very nice. Dead picks.
Yeah, going back to what you were talking about. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Going back to what you were saying, yeah, it's BetMGM. That book offers like exact specific subs. So you're saying Von Flute for Kennedy and Chuku or oversee Peru, whatever. Yeah. I think I'm gonna take that because I do have Ryan Spann and some long shot parlays, and I'll be fucking damned if I fucking lose Von Flute by OSP this late in his career. So all right,
Yeah,
that.
and I was saying 25-1, bro. I didn't realize his sub was at 12-1 already. You're getting at least, like Ozzy said, you're getting at least 50-1 on that shit. I've seen them hit the highest you can get is 100-1. I've never seen them offer more than 100-1. But every now and then you can get plus 10,000 on some crazy ass fucking finishes. I don't know, insane shit. Mike, what are you betting on the Spann fight?
Okay. I'm actually on OSP. Now, I've always had high hopes for him, but I've always been disappointed because of how he fights. He doesn't really fight to his potential. Like the dude's got skills, but he always lets his opponents take the lead, and then he just kind of just sits back and let them go off on him. And the last fight against Kennedy, I believe he showed us like what he can really do. He really had to dig deep in that fight, and Kennedy's no joke of a striker, and he struck with him. I'm not high on Spann at all. He's got power. He's got really good straight shots, and I think he's got like a good like 1-2. Outside of that, he's not that good. He can grab a neck real quick. That's good, but other than that, if you drag this out, he's not gonna last. So I was originally on the decision, but I'm honestly on the submission now. OSP.
Oh, you talking my language, Mike?
Very
Yeah.
nice. All right, I think that's everybody. If
I gotta say,
not,
I don't think nobody likes a long shot prop more than me and Ozzy, boy. We are fans, so you get our endorsement on that one, Mike. I'm sure.
well, it's like parlay betting. I consider what you guys do very similar. It's a war of attrition. I'll come out the gate, like if I do it yearly, I think it was 2023. Like I came out the gate, bro, like 7 parlays, 8 parlays, lame in a row. Like what the fuck? Then I smashed 3 and played on house money all year. For real. Like was able to stay up enough, win enough, keep going. So it's kind of the same thing. Like you guys play that up and down, like play them long shots, playing, but then as long as you're staying afloat with them, one weekend you'll smash fucking 3 or 4 of them, or 1 month you'll smash 4 or 5 of them, and the war of attrition is won. I think it's a really smart tactic. I consider how I bet parlays very similar to the way you guys play them long shot props. And kudos to you guys.
Yeah,
Kudos to you.
that's 100% right, Joe. You can't expect to just fucking win every weekend playing props or parlays, but every now and then you're gonna hit those 30-unit fucking days. What was it? Trace said today he won like 14 units or something
Yeah, on a
crazy
Dana
on this
White
card.
Contender Series card. You know what I'm saying?
Most people got their ass handed to them today.
Yeah.
14 units, crazy.
Yeah.
I was on that. I got that. I got that KO prop for the chick at plus 17, plus 15, and I also had the round one KO prop at plus. I think it was plus 3,100 or some shit like that. I put $1 on it, but
Dude,
hey,
I had a to win at 10-1, and then I had a KO at 26-1, and I only just broke even on this card. So you're doing something better than me, mate.
Yeah, damn. Trace. All right, I'm gonna hop in. So next fight is Chris Padilla, but Padilla versus Rongzhu. I believe that's how you say it, is Rongzhu. I'm new to some of these.
Rongzhu, I think.
Rongzhu.
Rongzhu.
I'm new to some of the Asian names, but I'll get them down how they pronounce them, and I'll be able to get them. I just haven't seen enough of them. I know I struggle with certain ones, but after I see Asian names and Arab names, I can usually hammer them pretty well. So I just got to see enough of these.
Joe never
So
forgets an Asian, but a white man, all them faces look alike.
God damn, you ain't lying, bro. Especially all got brown hair, motherfuckers, beards and brown hair. Jesus Christ. Chris Padilla versus Rongzhu plus 207 on Chris Padilla and minus 263 on Zoo. The over is set at 1.5, minus 175. The under, you're getting plus 145. So Zoo had a UFC run a few years back. I was like, bro, I know I've seen this guy fight. He's not good. As soon I'm like, there's no fucking way. He did. He he, he got, I don't know if he got dropped from the UFC and then signed to road to the UFC, or if he maintain some type of contract in the
Are you
UFC.
telling me this is the wrong zoo?
Maybe. So he's a favor, but the guys he's beat are not. I mean, go look it up yourself. The guys he's beat, and even the ones he's beat that have like good shit pre UFC, it's not against anybody good. Yeah, I think the line is wrong. I think Chris Padilla is a good ass fighter. Um, at least like at least what will become gatekeeper talent, right? Like level talent. Like I will pace him higher than that. I'm just trying to say, like, I think he is solid. I think this line is wrong. I have to bet Chris Padilla just because I wholeheartedly think he should be the favorite and he's the dog. So I've got to play him strictly on that. Let me see who can tell me why I'm wrong. Mike, what are you betting on this fight?
I'm betting the over. Over 1.5 seems solid to me. But I don't disagree with you. Padilla is really solid. His record does not reflect that. But I don't think striking is going to be his way to winning. I think Rongzhu is the better striker, and the wrestling is what's going to have to get him to victory. The problem is that Rongzhu has really good takedown defense. Just plain and simple. So I don't think he's going to be able to take him down, and I think that on the feet, Rongzhu is going to get the better of it. So I'm on Rongzhu via decision. The over 1.5 is the bet I'm making, though.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't think the over. I think the line on the over 1.5 minus 175 is a nice look. Trace.
Yeah, I'm pretty much aligned with Mike on here. I think that Rongzhu probably should win the fight here. But I gotta say, Chris Padilla's nickname is Taco. Huge miss there, bro. The quesadilla killer, Padilla. Come on, man. That just writes itself. Like, come on. It was it was right there. Like we got to contact this man and make him change his name. But no, I think Rongzhu probably comes back, probably wins a decision here. Could be a fun fight, should be a war, honestly. But I think Padilla is or Rongzhu is the side.
Man, I'm telling y'all, he's man. Okay. This is gonna be I told y'all that I never talk about again any fucking way. Ozzy.
Yeah, I haven't really delved too much deep into this one yet, but I'm kind of on the same page. I think it goes the distance, but I'm also probably going to have a cheeky little play on Rongzhu round 3. He's got a few round 3 finishes on his record. But again, I haven't really taped this fight yet. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, maybe if there's some decent odds on something like that. Otherwise, maybe round 3 or decision, something like that.
Usman, what are you playing?
Hello, can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can.
Over 1.5, Chris Padilla, and that's it, man. I'm good on that.
Man, I think that Padilla place is going to be nice. Up next is Yanal Ashmouz and Trevor Peak. Minus 127 on Trevor Peak. Ashmouz is plus 101. Over 2.5, minus 135. You get plus 105 for the under. I don't fuck with Trevor Peak fights. Fuck that guy. I don't bet anything that guy fucking fights on. And I give this as what I think is solid betting advice is don't bet Trevor fucking Peak fights. No fucking IQ, no fucking game plan. Just gonna make the shit up as he fucking goes anyways. He's fuck his interviews. Don't watch his pre-fight press conference because nothing he fucking says matters. Yeah, fuck Trevor Peak. But Trace, what are you betting on this fight?
Man, if I could bet that this fight was going to be a dog fight, I bet that prop every fucking time because these two boys right here are going to square up in the middle and start throwing hammers and throwing standing back fists that don't make no sense because that's what Trevor Peak does. Standing hammer fists because that's what Trevor Peak does. Hell, he might throw a headbutt in there and he might be the next bite, the bite giver. I don't know. Trevor Peak's a madman. You can't really prepare for him. You can't really game plan for him. You can't really try to figure out what his game plan is going to be because I don't think he knows. I think he gets in there and then shit happens and he just flows with it, man. And it ain't always the prettiest thing, but the kid's a dog, man. How can you not bet on a dog, especially if you can get a dog price on him? So I'm going to sit back and watch and see how this line goes. If at some point he becomes a decent sized dog, I'll jump on him. But otherwise, man, I'm just going to sit back and watch the fucking freak show happen.
Yeah. I think that's a good play. Ozzy.
I think Zarbets was next.
Zabets.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I like Ashmouz in this one, and I agree with Trace. I think someone's gonna go to sleep early, so I probably take Ashmouz by knockout. My fault. I shouldn't say early, but I think someone's just gonna go to sleep. So give me Red Fox by knockout.
So I was going to say this at the beginning. Every time a Trevor Peak fight is supposed to end in knockout, it goes to decision, right? Like every time you're like, oh yeah, this is going to be a banger. It goes to fucking decision. Am I tripping about that? I really think that's a thing. Maybe I'm tripping.
Just because it went to decision didn't mean it wasn't a banger.
Yeah, but I mean, like, because all right, everybody thinks the knockout's coming, is what I'm saying. I feel like when it's supposed to be a fight goes the distance, no. He always seems to go the distance. Maybe I'm tripping. Ozzy.
Yeah, man. I don't hate Trevor Peak as much as the rest of the world seems to, man. I mean, he's kind of crazy. He's out there a little bit. Like he fights like he's having a fucking seizure on the feet. Like he's just throwing shit that doesn't make sense. But I kind of like him, man. What's this about a pick 'em? I don't mind some Trevor Peak here. I mean, he could just go out and do some crazy shit. I mean, looks good doing it. Maybe he goes for takedowns. I hope he doesn't. I hope he just kind of stands and bangs and maybe he can get something done on the feet without gassing himself out. But I mean, if he does go for takedowns, who knows? He might get some and win a little bit of top control. But yeah, it's going to be a crazy fight. If this does go the distance, like his last three fights have, I mean, you're looking at a crazy split decision. There's going to be rounds where everyone's saying who the hell won that round. Yeah, I like Trevor Peak here. Might take some Peak split. It might be a crazy number. Is this juice to finish inside the distance? I'm assuming it is. So yeah, I don't know, man. Peak. If you get a Peak decision, might be a pretty good line. So. Split
It can't be
decision
that
maybe
juice
is live as
because
well.
over 2.5, you're getting plus 105. I'll bet you if you were looking at like plus.
Oh, is it? I
Yeah.
mean, fight doesn't go might be a good bet then because yeah, these guys are going to fight wild at least in that first round, man. I mean, this might be just crazy slobber knocker first round KO. So yeah, hopefully we get some violence in this fight. Um, yeah, over 1.5 is minus 240. The under plus 180. Um, Yeah, under 2.5 plus 100. Yeah, so I might take some under here, man. That might be the bet to make, and hopefully these guys go out and go nuts on the feet.
When you watch a Trevor Peak fight and you see a body hit the floor like it got shot and then bounce back up, you know it goes the distance though. You're like, oh fuck, here we go. Usman.
Yeah, it might look like that. Like round one, you might be thinking, yeah, of course this fucking fight gets in ITD and then it goes the distance. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me.
Yeah. Like as soon as you see someone bounce where you're like, oh, he's dead. Oh, he's up. Fight goes the fucking distance. Usman, get after it.
Yeah, just looking at these numbers, the books aren't giving you anything to work with when it comes to the money line. Minus 130 plus 110, minus 135 plus 105 on the over under, goes the distance minus 105, ends inside the distance minus 125. And even their points are pretty damn close at plus 225, plus 285. I like over 2.5. That'll probably be on a parlay. And I actually do like Trevor Peak to win by decision. So I'll probably look something more like Trevor Peak by split at plus 600.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk to you about that at all. I'm just gonna Mike, what do you got? Fucking trying to bait
Okay,
me with
so
bullshit over there, Usman.
all right, so for this fight, I was for the longest, I was like free money on fucking but when I broke down the tape, it turns out that I was underestimating or over. I was too over. I don't even know how to say it, but I was too high on fucking Even though the dude is solid, but as far as striking goes, I think Peak is going to have the advantage early. Overextends just like Peak, but he has the shorter reach, so he really overextends to try to get to his opponents. Head movement, decent to set up his shots, but I don't think he's going to be able to avoid the blitz that Trevor Peak is going to be coming with, and I think he's going to have the grappling advantage early as well. Here's a prop that I'm on though, because this comes down to cardio. I think Yanal has way better cardio, and when they grapple, Trevor Peak is going to be more controlling. Yanal is going to be looking for more damage. So I think what I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on is Yanal on round 3 TKO, and I think that's let's see here. Round 3 is plus 1200. So sprinkle a little bit on that, but I'm really on Trevor Peak by decision. They both have really good chins. They could take a shot and they can dish it out too. So I don't think it's gonna go under. I think it's gonna go over, and I think Peak is by decision, but just in case, because Peak will tire out in that third round. Yanal won't. He will fight if he grounds Yanal. If he grounds Peak in the third round, expect him to just let loose, and it's gonna be ugly.
Very nice. Yeah, I still don't bet Trevor Peak fights, man. You guys got all this shit that sounds great. I'm like, oh yeah, that's money bet. Oh yeah, that's money bet. Fuck you guys, I'm not betting this fight. I said it at the beginning. I don't bet.
If you were
Trevor
to
Peak
take a
fight.
side, Joe, who would you take though?
None. I'm not fucking none. None at all. Don't bet Trevor Peak fights. So
Come on, you got $100 free bet on this fight, Joe. You got to pick a money line.
I'm not.
$100 free bet. Who
I'm
you
gonna
picking?
be mad.
You're just gonna let it go.
I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be like, well, that's $100
Oh, come on,
fucking
man.
wasted. All
I'm
right.
betting on Will to bet on Trevor Peak.
Yes, I am. I already know Will is put 3 paychecks away, and he's putting them all on Trevor Peak to win.
I'm
That
waiting
fucker.
I'm waiting for him to pop up in the group chat and be like, Trevor Peak's fight week, motherfuckers, and just drop his stub and just disappear again.
Bro, that motherfucker really put 2 paychecks straight up. Put a paycheck away, a whole ass paycheck, and then was waiting for Friday to cash another paycheck to put it all on Trevor Peak. And when he lost, I was like, fucking Will, bro. Fuck. Like, man, I was like, damn, that sucks. And then I thought of Eddie Mush. Anyways, up next is Matt Schnell versus Josh Van. Matt Schnell is going off at plus
Pump the
390.
brakes. Pump the brakes. Matt
Wait,
Schnell
Josh
versus
Josh
who?
Van.
Van,
Yeah, I got.
isn't he fighting Durden
Oh, he's
now?
fighting Alessandro Costa now, isn't he?
No,
No,
he was
no,
fighting
No,
no.
he was meant
Costa.
to fight
He
Costa.
was fighting Costa.
Then
Costa pulled
Costa
out,
pulled out.
and now he's fighting Cody Durden.
What?
Oh man, I've just gone to UFC stats. It says
Josh
Josh
Van,
Van.
bro.
What
Did
the
Durden
fuck?
pull out as well?
Yeah.
Oh man, Josh Van's gonna fuck Schnell up.
Wait,
Josh
Yeah,
Van just got signed for the Noche
he has
fight.
2 fights now though. Josh Van.
He must be planning on there going
Who
there
was
and
Van
busting
meant to?
up Matt Schnell in the first and getting out to that next fight card.
So Alessandro Costa was a minus 550 favorite. Schnell was plus
Warranted, yeah.
395. I don't actually see anybody dropping the Schnell versus Costa or the Schnell versus Van line. Our board hasn't updated it. I don't know if anybody can see it on an individual book yet. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know if there's any odds on this fight.
Well, I was interested in betting
Schnell
Costa.
versus Durden was announced today, and Matt Schnell versus Durden is on Bet Online at Matt Schnell plus 250, Cody Durden minus 300.
When is that fight?
So I was probably gonna take a little shot on Matt Schnell against Alessandro Costa, just because I thought the line was too blown up, especially for Costa coming off. I'm pretty sure a loss. Uh, but yeah, with Cody Durden, he's not as much of a threat on the feet for Schnell for a knockout threat. Obviously, the ground game's a whole other ball game. But yeah, man, I'm not taking a shot on Schnell, especially at a decent dog shot money, especially for a late replacement fighter that wasn't supposed to be on the card. Yeah, man, I might take a shot on Matt Schnell here.
Keep in mind, Cody Durden also says he will be showing up to the
Whoa,
fight
whoa,
with
whoa.
no coaches and no corner.
What did you say Cody Durden's line was?
Minus 300.
Minus 300.
UFC, who uses DraftKings or ESPN, UFC.com has Durden at minus 535.
I don't even see the fight.
Boys, take a shot. A decision prop shot or a split shot on Matt Schnell for this fight. Like I said,
Actually,
I
wait.
don't think Durden. I don't think Durden's got the power to put him away. I know people like to talk about Schnell having a glass chin, but it's only been people that were known for striking and having a good bit of power that put him out. Yeah, I would definitely touch the decision and split prop on this fight. Late replacement, Cody Durden slows down in the third when he's prepared for a fight. Schnell's never really had cardio issues, so yeah, take the over prop and probably the split and decision prop. Either way, whoever you think wins, it's probably a solid bet. It's probably gonna be a good number.
So, all right. My advice on this fight doesn't change. My advice on this fight was going to be based strictly on Matt Schnell and no one else. And I think I'm about to contradict Trace, which I think Trace is a pretty sharp guy. I mean,
Contradict away, baby. Talk shit. I don't care. Let's go. Let's hear it.
he cashed big units tonight. So Matt Schnell is a flyweight anomaly. He is the only time you can bet fight to go the distance no at flyweight. Doesn't matter if he wins or loses. Doesn't matter who he fights. Doesn't matter how good they are. Doesn't matter how bad they are. You bet Matt Schnell's fights to go the distance. No. Fight ends inside the distance. It doesn't even really matter what the fucking odds are because you're going to hammer it almost every single time. And again, it doesn't matter who he fights. It doesn't matter if he fights a decision machine. None of that matters. Matt Schnell is going to figure out how to win that fight or fuck it up in about 9 minutes. He will be like, "Oh, I got it," or "Damn, I fucked that up." And really, it's probably you can spot it in the first 5 minutes where it's going to go for him. Matt Schnell is a very rare anomaly in his weight class to give us such a blessed guarantee to fight on the inside the distance. Ozzy put his hand up quick. Get after it, bud.
Yeah, Matt Schnell's got the worst chin I've ever seen in this division. It's crazy. Even in the fights he wins, like Simajeri almost fucking knocked him out. Um, you know, he got done by Royval like 6 months ago, knocked out cold by Ursi. Out. Same thing with Nicolau, right? He got knocked out cold in that, right? You only get to get knocked out cold so many times, man. This dude is just a walking time bomb. I mean, if you're going to bet Matt Schnell, I don't know if I'd bet him to go the distance. I don't think he can go the distance against anybody anymore. I don't mind his sub bet. I think he was plus 900 to win by sub when he was meant to fight Costa. Outside of that, I don't see a path for him in these fights anymore, man. I mean, he look at how many times he's been knocked down. He's been knocked down like 10 times or something in this division. That's
Bro, you're
insane.
tripping.
Um,
Tajir just fucking submitted Cody like 6 months ago. Matt Schnell is going to submit you inside of 5 minutes, or you're going to knock him out inside of 7.5 or 9 minutes. Um, Cody Durden got fucking submitted by Tajir like it probably wasn't 6 months ago because it was the end of last year. But Cody Durden got fucking sucked. So we know it's there. Matt Schnell is gonna rush in there and either force Cody to get the finish or he's gonna fucking choke him out. Fight goes the distance, no.
well, if he is fighting Cody Durden, Durden's probably going to go for takedowns just out of fucking muscle memory. He shouldn't. He should try to keep it standing, but oh, I mean, Jesus, man, it's like you said, inside the distance is probably going to be fucking really juicy. Um, like it's always live with a Schnell fight. He only has to be hit once. I don't think he needs to be hit by some devastating striker. You know, he can get dropped by everybody. So yeah, I like inside the distance. I even like the sub, I guess, for Schnell. I mean, if he's going to be anywhere near 9-1, like he was against Costa, you know that's just an auto play for me. Schnell at that price for sub. But other than that, man, I mean this fight's going inside the distance. I'll be shocked if it goes the distance.
Usman.
Yeah, I just want to say that Aussie called him Suma Jerry, and his name is Suma Durji, but I like Suma Jerry a whole lot more.
Yeah, well, who's going to win the Matt Schnell fight, fuckface?
Suma Jerry, hopefully.
Get the fuck
Um,
out of here.
I'm on Cody Durden, man. I think Cody doesn't have the best power, but I think he has enough power to fucking put it on Matt Schnell after Matt Schnell starts thinking about the takedowns.
Man. Yeah, all right. I ain't going to argue with you at all. Mike, tell me what you're betting if he's fighting Cody Durden.
I was on Cody Durden as soon as they announced it. Like the dude's good, solid. Striking may not look all that good, but his striking is actually really good. Good timing, knows when to strike, knows where to strike. And you can't really hold that Tagir loss against him. Tagir is one of the best net grabbers in the business. He was he was he was done as soon as that fight started. He was never going to win that fight. Every attack that he gave Tagir was just grabbing that net. And it was eventually going to be sunk in anyway. Snell's not that kind of submission artist. But Durden has a very relentless pace. He's also Schnell is very repetitive. Left hand, right hand, in with a left hook to the body or to the head. Same thing. Very, very fast, but it's the same thing. So Cody Durden's going to be able to get a read on that. It might be a little bit of problem at first because Schnell is really fast with those hands. But he will eventually get the read. He will eventually have the advantage in the stand up, and the ground is no joke. Cody Durden is going to win. I just don't know how. I was on decision, but yeah, I'm still on decision. Yeah, I think Durden grinds out a decision. I don't think he's just going to knock Schnell out like that.
When I
Did
catch
Yo,
y'all
that,
did you
wa-
when
guys
I
not
catch
see
that,
him fight JP Buys?
That's different. JP Buys sucks, man. He gets knocked down by everybody.
when I catch that Cody Durden split decision prop, you guys are gonna be so pissed.
When Matt Schnell chokes his ass out in 4 minutes, you guys are gonna be like, motherfucking Joe. Fucking
Bro,
ruined my
he's
parlay.
not going to choke him out.
I know it's probably not true. I just want you to swear at me if he does, okay? Up next is Kyle
y'all
Nelson
remember?
and Steve Garcia Jr. Um, Steve Garcia Jr. is minus 189. Kyle Nelson is plus 151. That's 30 books. That's the average over 30 reporting books. The over under is set at 1.5. You get plus 150 to go over. You get minus 180 to go under. The odds are going to hammer to you. The books are going to favor Steve Garcia by knockout tremendously, for good fucking reason too. I don't think Kyle Nelson is horrible, but I've been around long enough to know Kyle Nelson can get knocked the fuck out, and dropped. So yeah, I I can't bet Kyle Nelson. There's no money in the dog for me. I just see Steve Garcia as a good parlay piece. If you want to do a same game parlay, I think Steve Garcia. If you get someplace where you can add up all types of shit, take like Steve Garcia, uh, under 9 minutes, add in plus 15 strikes if they'll let you. I would say just add up a few things that you can on Steve Garcia, and you can probably make a good line out of him. Something better than minus 189. Man, I bet you they'll set the add 10 strikes or add 5 strikes because he gets it done in 15 and 17. So his average is going to be lower. I think playing same game parlays on Steve Garcia is a good idea, is the moral of the story. That end in knockout, I think, is a good idea. Mike.
I am completely disagreeing with you. Look, I'm high on Steve Garcia. I love his fight style. It's fucking amazing watching him fight. But with that fight against Mahashate, I knew he was gonna get knocked out because that is the wrong guy you want to charge towards with no fucking defense. Kyle Nelson has already proved in his last 2 fights. Well, aside from Bill, well, actually, yeah, Bill Altio too. You do not charge this guy unless you have good defense. The one thing that Kyle Nelson is not getting any flowers for is his timing. He really knows how to pick his shots. He has a really tight guard and he picks his shots well. And Garcia is gonna make him fight. Now, he might knock Kyle Nelson out. I believe that is a real possibility, a strong possibility. But one thing Kyle Nelson has is a really good right hand, and that is a knockout blow when he throws that motherfucker. It is with everything. Like he turns his hips, shoulders, everything is into the power of that right hand. And if Garcia comes like he always does with no defense, he's gonna get knocked out. So either under 1.5 or Kyle Nelson by knockout.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I don't disagree with you. I think Kyle Nelson's a really good fighter. Um, I I just think Steve's got him here. Trace, what are you betting?
Man, I just think betting on the Kyle Nelson fight in general is a bad idea. I just rather stay clear of it myself. I feel like striking wise, like I said, Steve Garcia should have the advantage. Kyle Nelson, neither one of these guys have the best resume in the UFC. The guys they've beaten aren't really anybody. The most notable name would be Chase Hooper for Steve Garcia of the two. But yeah, man, I feel like I'd probably take a shot on the dog. I feel like the striking isn't too much of a gap in between the two, and Kyle Nelson's pretty physical and moves forward. Yeah, I think he's just going to be who wants it more in that day. But just in general, like I said, betting on a Canadian, we know how well that goes. So I'm gonna steer clear of it. Give me the under 1.5.
Man, you
That's the
guys are
best. That's the best bet you can make, man. Garcia is gonna make Kyle Nelson fight. Someone is going down in the first round.
overrating fucking Kyle Nelson's striking defense, in my opinion. It's not good, and the
Neither
power
is
difference.
Garcia's.
Yeah, but the power difference is tremendous. If they go 1-for-1, Nelson's out. Nelson's out before Garcia's even dazed. If they stand there,
What do you?
no
But
defense.
Joe,
Who knocked
you're
out? Who
arguing.
knocked out
Hold on,
Kyle
hold on.
Nelson last?
You're arguing with us though, but you're saying the same thing. We're saying play the under 1.5. You're wanting to pick a side, fucker.
Yeah, that's fair. That's probably fair. Ozzy, get after it.
Yeah, Cole Nelson, man, I cannot get a read on this bloke. Whenever I break down one of his fights, I think of what he's going to do or should do, and he kind of does the opposite. Like in his last 3 fights, he hasn't even got a takedown, and he's managed to win these fights. I really don't rate his striking. I know he's got a bit of power. He's got knockouts and knockdowns or whatever before, but man, he's going against Garcia, man. Do you see that friggin' monster Garcia took out last time? That dude was huge. That Sungwoo Choi bloke. He was massive, man. And Garcia is going to be the bigger guy in this fight. So I really like Garcia's chances here. I think he's going to go 5 KOs in a row, man. I mean, I really do. I think he's going to get Nelson out of there. Like you're saying, the line's probably not great for the KO. So maybe you can take some KO 1 or something like that. Even if Nelson does go for takedowns, I don't think he's going to get him against Garcia. He's got pretty decent takedown defense. So, yeah, I think Garcia is probably the side. I don't even hate him at, what is he, minus 180 or something?
Yeah, like minus 130, 180.
Yeah, I don't hate his money line either, man. wouldn't even throw it in a parlay. I might just play that straight. I really like him here.
Can you do same game
Probably going to be
parlays, Ozzy?
Yeah.
Bro,
I
I'm
can,
telling you, it's so dumb. I didn't play them, and then I realized you can go in and just be like, okay, under 7 minutes by KO this guy, add 8 strikes and whatever stupid fucking stipulations they'll give you, and they're really good bets. I've actually done really well on them. I don't force them. I don't play them all the time. But when I see like lines where I'm like, okay, the fight's definitely gonna end fast, and I think I'm on the right side, and I can't get no juice on it, I've had a little success doing it. So I don't know, something to look at. I'm not telling you to change the way you bet, but fuck.
No, just on that, I do play a lot of same game parlays, and I'm probably going to play, and it's probably going to be a good line, is going to be Cole Nelson to get the most strikes, but Garcia to get the most significant strikes, because I think it's probably going to be finished in round one, but I do think that Nelson probably gets a clinch and lands a few knees or something against the cage, and they don't count them as significant strikes, and then Garcia hopefully knocks him out without too much having to throw too many punches. So, yeah, that when you do that, like you're looking at like you get like 40-1 and crazy odds like that. So, yeah, that's one I'll be hitting for sure.
Yeah, I wish they would let me put 2 or 3 same game parlays in line. They won't. They will not fucking do it though. They are like, fuck you.
Yeah, do you have Bet365? Because they let you do that at Bet365.
I don't know if we get it, but I would go bet there just for that feature because
Yeah, maybe check it out.
there's been so many times.
You can do that?
Yeah, some books, Ladbrokes in Australia will let you do that as well. So you can do a same game multi with Gilbert Burns to get the most takedowns and to win by sub, and then Andrade to land the most strikes and to win by KO. They'll let you do that shit.
You can do that
You
on
can parlay
DraftKings.
different same game parlays together?
You can do that on DraftKings.
Yeah, at Ladbrokes we can. Yeah.
No, DraftKings in Michigan will not let me parlay 2 same game parlays together. Here's the bitch. They advertise how you can do it in football and all these other fucking sports. I cannot do it on MMA and Michigan DraftKings, bro.
I'll try. I'm pretty sure I've done it before. I'll try this week and I'll send it to you if I can.
Yeah, I would
But you're
like to
saying
know
you
if
can
you
do that
could.
on 365, right?
I'm pretty sure you can do it on 365.
Hey
too,
Joe,
yeah.
I think you could probably do it on FanDuel if you haven't tried.
I don't fuck with FanDuel. I don't like their setup, to be honest. So I went over there. I was over there for a few days, and I'm like, man, fuck FanDuel. I don't like them. I like BetMGM. I like DraftKings. And I'm open to finding another book, but I don't care for FanDuel, to be honest. I don't know. It's like being like an Apple user and an Android user or some shit to me. I can't explain it any other way. Like, I can't fuck with FanDuel. I'm a DraftKings user. The website's stupid to me. I'm being so serious. It sounds dumb, but I'm being so sincere with you. Like, fuck their website. Up next, wait, did everybody get in on the Steve Garcia, Kyle Nelson fight?
I
I
guess
don't
so.
think Usman did.
I don't think Usman did
just
either.
quickly again, with these same game parlays, people love them. Give Art C a follow. I see he's in here listening. This dude, he hit an $80,000 fucking same game parlay last year or the year before. But he comes out with some great ones every week, so maybe give him a follow too.
That's badass. That's absolutely badass. Who we got here? Krabs wants up. We'll let him on the mic there. Usman, what are you playing on the Garcia fight?
Cal Nelson is an absolute shitbird, and fuck all of y'all for giving any little piece of confidence in any aspect of his game. Cal Nelson absolutely sucks. I'm going over 1.5 and Garcia by decision. See y'all at the ticket booth, bitches. I'm cashing.
I just want everybody in here to know that in order for Usman to call someone a shitbird, there's actual criteria.
Yeah,
He has
we need the list.
He has actual fucking criteria to be a shitbird. So just so we're clear, Zabets, I seen your hand up, bro. Go ahead.
For this Garcia fight, I agree with everyone on this. I like Steve Garcia. He's gonna have the reach advantage. But to what Better Time said, Kyle, he does have a good like knockout power, so you might have to be wary of that a little bit.
That fight ends by knockout. See if you can cash some tickets. Krabs, nice to have you on the mic. Go ahead.
Yo, whoever was talking about the Michigan book, you should, well, not for same games, but you should take a check out at the Fanatics Sportsbook. I've been getting some pretty good promos on parlays, like token boosters, and it's been cooking them up better than everywhere else.
On the Fanatic Sportsbook?
Yeah, they've been giving me like 10% boost for straight bets every day, and I've just been like stacking sugar money line at dog odds for a few days now.
Nice.
But you can cook up some nice stuff and get like a 20 or 30% parlay boost. I think they're trying to get some users over there.
Wait, Krabs.
That's what I was just going to say.
Who you got for the fight, bro?
Which one were we talking about?
Nelson versus Garcia.
I don't know. I heard you guys talking earlier. Probably take it inside the distance.
Yeah, that's a given.
I don't know.
So you're betting O'Malley heavy. Good luck to that.
Yeah,
I'm sincerely good luck to that. All right, I'm gonna skip on to the next fight on the card, which is Jéssica Andrade versus Natalia Silva. I should have the odds up here, and of course I don't. And of course I was like, oh, I'll go check them real quick, and I just fucking closed it. But I got an older, stagnant version open over here that I can use. So Jéssica Andrade, 32 books, plus 227. Natalia Silva, minus 303. Same 32 books for average. Over 2.5 set at minus 175. The under 2.5 set at plus 145.
Did we just lose Joe?
I can hear
No,
him.
No, I can hear him.
You might have to go and come back. Joe, continue.
Hold on. I'm removing Ozzy and re-adding him, and then he should be able to pick me up or leave out of here and pick me back up when he gets in. So someone let him know that I removed him if he can't hear me, and to leave and come back.
Yep, he just left on my thing.
Okay. It's always slow for the host to see who's coming and who's going. I figured that out a while ago. So, any old way, Natalia Silva, Jéssica Andrade, over 2.5 minus 175, under 2.5 plus 145. Jéssica Andrade has a lot of personal problems. She just found out she's broke. Someone's embezzling all her money. I'm sure that's very, very, very distracting. We talked about it a little earlier in the space. I can't see how you could be figuring out that someone robbed you for the only $2 million that you have. Not that I have many more. Like I'm saying, she only has 2 million. Like she had $2 million, and it's gone. She thought she was getting ready to retire and just found out she's got to fight to survive, to live now. She's going to try to take this guy to court. I can't see how she had a good camp. At this point, I think minus 303 on Natalia Silva is a good line. And it should be in It will be in my parlays for positive. Trace, what do you got on this fight? Man, I don't know if Trace can hear me. Who's
My
I
bad.
I think
My kid's going crazy. What's up, brother?
Oh no, go ahead. I'll let Usman go. Take care of the kid. Come back in a minute. Usman, what do you got on this fight, bud?
I think minus 175 on the over is a steal. Perfect parlay piece right there. Goes the distance minus 145. I think even when it wasn't all about Andrade's money issues, I think Natalia Silva was going to be able to win this fight. The girl is she's good as a motherfucker. She fights on skates, slides in and out. She does she strikes pretty technically. I think Andrade is going to be finding a hard time to find her, or is going to be having a hard time trying to find her, looking for those overhands. I think her best shot will be digging into that body once she tries to find or once she gets into space. But Buck's not really giving us any good lines here. Silva to win by decision plus 100, to win by unanimous decision plus 120, and to win by split plus 800. I'm just all over Natalia Silva over 2.5 and goes the distance.
Man, I wonder what kind of money we could get on Natalia Silva inside some distance. Andrade's probably getting finished, bro. She's wrecked. I really believe that stuff.
Inside the distance, you're looking at Natalia Silva plus 200, KO plus 285,
Sub.
and submission plus 900.
Woo! Club and sub, boy. Plus 900. Let me get some of that shit. I'm going to put Ozzy couldn't hear me no more and kind of tried to come back, and I think he's done for the night. But I'm going to bet that shit the Ozzy way. Give me plus 900 on the fucking sub. Um, yeah, I really think that it just goes really bad for her. Zybets.
It says Ozzy's a speaker now on my thing.
Oh, yeah, because I give him the mic. So if he comes back and he can hear, he gets a mic.
All right, no doubt. But for me, I'm on the other side. I honestly like Andrade on this. Like, after what you guys said though, like it definitely puts a huge like concern for my bet on Andrade. But like, look at her last 5 matchups she had: Marina Rodriguez, Mackenzie Dern, Tatiana Suarez, Joe's girl, Yan Shannon. She just fought for a title. Blanchfield, she's on her way for a title. Like, I just think the level of fights she had is up there, and I disagree with the money line, the price of the money
I
line.
will point out one glaring problem with that argument, though, is all those people's names you listed that were good fighters were all losses.
Yeah,
Those are all people
Yeah.
that beat her.
3 of them
I
were
was just
losses.
trying to figure that out, bro. I
3 of
was
them,
like, wait a minute.
but it's still good competition. But I honestly, I
No,
want to
yeah,
hear what.
I get your argument.
No, no, I appreciate that. I honestly want to hear what you have to say, Trace, because I feel like you would have a good read on this one.
Yeah, man, I tend to agree with Usman on this one. I think Tatiana Suarez. I think hold on, my kid.
Natalia
Yeah,
Silva.
my kid was her screaming. Yeah, I think Natalia Silva's the side. I think I don't mind the submission prop like you were talking about here. It's okay. She like I said in women's MMA, especially in the higher tier of fights, like you don't really see the finishes coming with strikes more often than not. You see the strikes being what leads to the submission, or just it's normally not the striking or the knockout that comes in the higher level of women's fights. If there's a finish, it's usually a submission. So at plus 900 being the most likely finish, the way the fight gets finished, I don't mind that at all. That's probably a good little sprinkle, a good little shot you could take there. But I do think she probably gets the decision here. But I will be looking at FanDuel for the round 2, round 3 submission prop for Natalia Silva. If that's plus 900, that's probably at least plus 17, plus 18 for round 2 or 3. So I'll definitely be taking a shot on that because if the submission comes, it probably comes late. But yeah, give me the over, give me the decision prop, and I'll sprinkle the late round sub prop.
Man, if you could find that in like the round, how they let you take 2 rounds, like round 2, 3 prop, sub prop, that'd probably be a nice bet, Trace. You probably
Yeah,
get that over
that's what I do.
1,000.
I do that all the time on FanDuel. That's usually how I get most of my value on the big sub props that I hit. They're usually the round 2 or round 3, the grouped rounds on FanDuel. Yeah, FanDuel's great for that.
Man, I see you trying to rub FanDuel in my face over there. I hear
Oh,
you,
I'm not.
Trace.
Other than that,
I'm
man, other
teasing.
than that,
I don't
FanDuel
care.
fucking sucks.
Mike, what are you betting on this fight?
I'm betting the over. I think the over is probably the safest. Cause as far as picking a side, like I'm probably leaning towards Silva too. But it's not because of the personal problems. It's just how she's looked lately. But from what I can see, like this is really the highest level fighter she's fighting now. And she's fighting Jéssica Andrade coming off a win against Marina Rodriguez. Now, one thing I like to pay attention to is is how Jéssica comes to the fight. Like she would like when she lost that split decision to Rose, you saw a really good like she brought all her skills to the table. She did that all the way up until Amanda Lemos. Like those fights, between all those fights she fought with skill. She fought Lauren Murphy like a fucking like just very disrespectfully. And she was just so wild and open to counters. But we all know she was gonna get that win anyway. But that fighting that way is why she lost to Aaron Blanchfield, Jan Shannon, and Tatiana Suarez. But then when she fought Mackenzie Dern, now she was going through a divorce with Mackenzie Dern. She already had problems, so she showed she could fight with personal problems. She fought Mackenzie Dern well. Like she used her head movement, picked her shots, and her grappling defense. Then she did the same thing against Marina Rodriguez. I think if she fights like she did those last two fights, then I think Silva's got a big problem. Because even though we don't see the openings, there are openings. And Jessica Andrade is the style to exploit that because whenever she fights, she is so good and fast and just moving out the way. She really doesn't defend herself. She just doesn't get hit because she's not there to get hit. Andrade can hit her. If she keeps her guard up, lets her off with one or two, and just hits her right after she finishes the combo before she can escape, the question is how is she going to deal with Jessica Andrade's power if she gets hit? So that's the only thing that's been like really in my mind. Like, how is she going to deal with the power, especially since she looked good in her last two fights? And it wasn't it wasn't just like her facing some bum. She was facing real good competition. Rodriguez is what I'm talking about. So over 2.5 is the best play because I really can't pick a side because I think Jessica Andrade could be a problem if she gets past the speed. Because speed is the only thing she has that's going to be a big problem for Andrade.
So I'm not mad at you on any of that, but I would say to you that I've met Andrade in person. She's very small. They try to make her seem like a big jacked person. Camera angles, all that shit when she walks out. She's a very tiny person. And if she had a bad camp, I would highly question her strength, her knockout power, even. Yeah, she's very very small. My daughter is 15 years old. I think she's a petite girl. I think she's the same size as Jéssica Andrade. That she's that fucking small. So without a good camp, I don't think the power translates very well for her. And if I don't know, it seems in late years that even in the midsection, she's a little. We see her a little looser sometimes. I know all fighters go up and down with that, but man, the only pushback I would give you is just worrying that she didn't have a good camp. But um, yeah, the over 2.5 is seems like a good play, but I'm playing Silva submission round 2-3 about to tail Trace, but I said it first, I think. So fuck him, he's tailing me. And if it wins, then it was on me. But if it loses, it's because I tailed Trace. You see what I'm saying? See how that works? Usman, go ahead.
So I just don't think the finish is coming based off of the strikes that Silva throws. I think she'll keep her at a distance for most of the time with the teeps and the side kicks and the leg kicks. Um, but I think Mike was right about. I said the overhand would miss, and Andrade would like to. She should go to the body. I think Mike was right. If she can throw the combos together, uh, she's gonna get closer. I like the over as well, but you want to look at some crazy lines here. You got Jessica Andrade, who's gonna be the one moving forward 100%, who is going to be throwing hard punches and landing hard punches, and damage wins fights overall, right? Jessica Andrade by split decision plus 1,000. I'm all over Silva, but at plus 1,000, I might have to touch it just a little tiny bit.
All right. I mean,
I will
it
say
stacks
this:
up.
looking at uh, Silva's record coming in. Jasmine Jasdovicius, Teresa Bleda, Victoria Leonardo, Andrea Lee, and Viviana Araujo. It all is pretty soft scheduling coming into this fight. I mean, Jessica Andrade isn't the Andrade of old, but yeah, she could out damage or have. She could be losing the round and then just land a hammer and change that round completely. So yeah, I'm gonna touch that split decision too there, Usman. I think I'm gonna follow you on that one, brother.
Man, fuck you guys, Natalia Silva by submission. No, I'm just talking shit now. All right, so I think that kills that fight. That takes us to the main, right? That's the co-main. So that takes us to Sean Brady versus Gilbert Burns.
Wait, hey Joe,
Yeah.
you skipped Ozzy on that one.
God damn it, Ozzy! What are you playing on that fight? Ozzy ain't even there, bro. He don't even want to talk to me. That's good. I don't know. He might have walked away or something. No big deal. Main event time. Gilbert Burns, Sean Brady. Over to the odds board. You'd think you'd be like, damn, Joe, ain't you a pro at this? You got all them odds looked up yet? Fuck no. Do this shit, see the pants sometimes. I really don't see them here. Where the fuck are they? Did they put them at the top or something? I'm scrolling and shit. Oh, there they. No. Bros, I don't see the Sean Brady fight. What are the odds? Oh, there it is. Minus 189, Sean Brady. Plus 151, Gilbert Burns. The over is set at 3.5. Minus 200 to go over. Plus 160 to go under. Gilbert Burns. How old is he? I'm not even being a prick. Like, I feel like Gilbert Burns has to start aging out. 86, so he's 38 years old. Yeah, bro. I can't bet Gilbert Burns ever again. He's on 2 losses in a row, 38 years old. Yeah, Sean Brady all day. Easy money. Easy fucking money, in my opinion. Mike, tell me why I'm right.
Okay, so all right, so I put down that Sean Brady is going to win the fight, but before I was really like people are really I like Brady at the pick'em price it was, but not at the price it is right now, because even though Brady has shown a willingness to strike now, it seemed like in 2021 and before, like he wasn't willing to strike because he didn't like getting hit, and he didn't react well to getting hit either. But that Bilal Muhammad fight, that was a game changer for me. He showed a willingness to stand and strike and just take a good shot and deliver it right back. So I am on Brady to win by decision, but I think those last 2 rounds are going to get really hairy for him because Gilbert Burns can fight for 5 rounds. And Brady has only been fighting for 3 rounds. And he looked really strong in the first two. And the third one, He still has it, but it's not there anymore. So I think round 4 and round 5 is going to be a big question mark. But I am still on Brady by decision because I think he's going to dominate those 3 rounds, especially in the grappling.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. I think Gilbert's a very good grappler. I thought he I won't get into it. I didn't agree with the Chimaev fight. We'll say that. Usman.
So I told y'all last week, uh, it goes goats. I'm actually adding a fourth one because it's not fair that everybody has to either be a goat or a shitbird. Um, so it goes goats, just fighters, GM3s, and then shitbirds. And for a long time, Gilbert Burns has just been a fighter. Um, and I said last week that he is on the very edge of becoming a Gerald Mearshart III. And this is the fight where he enters that zone. I think we just looking at it when we're talking about grappling, top control. Brady's gonna have him there. I don't think Gilbert is going to be getting a submission in this fight, and I don't think Brady's going to be getting a submission either. I think when it comes to the striking, Gilbert probably is a little more technical, but once again, I think the straight shots of Brady are gonna do just enough to keep Gilbert on his toes. And whenever he throws those big teep kicks, kicks to the body or the kicks to the legs, they're just gonna open up perfect times for Brady to get his takedowns. I don't think he does a lot on the floor, just enough to win the round and hold him down. I think Gilbert Burns falls into the classic Brazilian trap of fighting off of his back and trying to look for a submission once he feels the strength and the power of Brady on the floor. Pulling up some numbers real quick. Overs in main events for 2024 are 18 and 29, going over 62.06%. We're getting 3.5 rounds here. I think we hit an over here, and then I like Brady by decision.
Very nice. All right, I went Mike, Usman. Trace, what are you betting on this fight?
Man, I don't really like betting Gilbert Burns fights because you never really know what version you're going to get of him. I feel like even though he's older now, he still has a little bit of fight in him. I don't know. Probably not going to bet him. I'll just sit back and enjoy this fight. Or try not to fall asleep during it. I don't know. It depends on how this fight goes. But I would lean Sean Brady. I feel like Sean Brady is going to be decently bigger than him come fight day. I think that I think there's going to be a decent size advantage for Sean Brady in this fight. And like Usman said, I would not be surprised if Gilbert tries to play jujitsu in a time where we know jujitsu off your back doesn't really work anymore. Uh, but yeah, give me Sean Brady by submission round 2.
Damn, very nice. Probably get good odds on that shit if you actually play it. Zybet, you bet in the main event?
For me, I'm kind of conflicted. I agree with Chase. Like, I'm kind of conflicted on this because you remember, Joe, when Burns fought Hamzat Shemaev, like even him, he couldn't take down Burns. And, like, Burns put up a good fight, but I guess
Yep.
I no, you could go. My fault.
No, I was saying, yep, I agree with you. Burns made it hard for Chimaev in the grapple.
Yeah, yeah. Like he couldn't even take him down, and I feel like Hamzat is one of like the best people at taking people down. He's really strong, but I don't know. Sean Brady, he got a good ground game, so I think he's gonna try to utilize that. So I guess I'll lean that way, but not too much stock in this.
Fair enough. That does the card. That does the card. We're done. We got just a couple minutes. I'm not going to stay here very long. Um, Usman, do you have any big announcements we didn't get?
Yes, sir. We've got 11 more fight announcements. We left off on October 19th. We're moving to UFC 308, October 26th. Farid Basharat will be fighting Victor Striker Hugo.
Okay. Um. All right. I guess. What else?
All right. Same card. We're looking at Abu Dhabi UFC 308. Shara Putin Magomedov versus Armin Petrosian. I am sticking my flag in the ground right now, and I will win a bet against Shara Magomedov by betting Armin by decision.
This
I
is
agree.
the fight. Yeah, this is the fight to bet against him.
Yeah, I agree too. I was saying that this is it. Fade him right here.
Yeah, I posted this in the group chat the other day whenever I seen it, and that was my first thing. He's just too active, man. Like we've seen it over and over again. These guys that try to pack all these fights into 3 or 4 months or 5 months, at some point you become overtrained, and I think this is prime time to jump on that.
I don't even think it's the overtraining. I think skill for skill. I think Petrosian can get the better of him.
I think Petrosian presents a lot of the stuff that we saw Oleg Sashek was doing in that last fight, except he's a couple of levels better in the striking.
Oh, he's fighting
So then it
Armin.
just mixes it all together.
See, I didn't even know who he was fighting. I just know whenever they announced that he's signed another contract to fight for the third time in 4 months or whatever the number is, I was like, yeah, I'm instant fading him on that. I didn't even know who it was.
Yeah, I agree with your method there, Trace. It catches up more times than it doesn't.
All right, next fight. A little weird, a little switch up here. November 2nd, UFC Edmonton has a new main event. Brandon Moreno versus Amir Albazi, a fight that should have taken place last February in Mexico City, will now be taking place in Canada.
Elmir Albazi by decision. Yay. I'm
No,
all right.
no, no. You mean the guy that lost to Kai Kara France and still won, getting a title fight off of a loss? Yeah, I'll take Brandon Moreno.
I
Yeah, well, you're dumb if you think he lost to Kai Kara France.
Yeah, I don't think he
Well,
lost to Kai Kara, but Brandon Moreno is a big problem for him.
I want Brandon to knock him out, but I don't know if he will.
No, he won't.
it's it's a weird fight, man. I've liked Amir Albazi. It's just I think he won the Kai Kara France fight with power shots. I think he's going to land on Brandon, but Brandon's got a good chin. Brandon knows how to scramble off of those takedowns Amir's gonna go for. Um, it's a weird one. I like Amir, but it's definitely a harder fight to cap.
And it's going to be
Elbazi.
5 rounds.
Elbazi is snitch, bro. I can't fuck with him. He's a snitch.
What do you mean he's a snitch?
Bro, so Mokaev, he says Mokaev pulled a gun out on him. But what are you telling people for, bitch? Go fight him. Fuck is you doing out here? Oh, he pulled a gun on me. You fucking crybaby. Go
Bro,
fight him.
he's not from the mean streets of Detroit, bro. He's from the mean streets of Britain.
I don't think that that's true. I don't think I don't think that it's any better where he's from than where I'm from. Fuck him. And if you're in the type of position where you're pulling guns on each other and you're fighters, fuck you both anyway. He's a snitch. I don't like him. Fuck Amir Albazi.
What's he doing with a
Okay,
gun, man? He's from England. They can't have guns over there.
Albazi's not from England.
What the
Makayev
Fire.
is from England.
Yeah.
He says, I'm not kidding. He said Micaiah pulled a gun. They had an altercation. I'm pretty sure it's Albazi. Said that he had just had some surgery or some shit, and Micaiah pulled the fucking gun on him.
That is another thing. Amir Albazi is coming off of a broken neck.
Yeah, yeah. So 100%, it was Almir Albazi.
Another fight here on UFC Edmonton. We've got a Canadian to fade in Canada, but very interesting. They take away the fight Eamon Zahabi versus Marcus McGee, and now they're giving Zahabi Pedro Munoz, which is obviously a way bigger step up and a chance to be right on the edge of the rankings. So they want to push Zahabi, I guess.
Hey
Yeah.
man, Zahabi is a tricky fight for anyone. That's why
Hey,
I did not bet
I like
against.
Zahabi.
That's why I didn't bet against him when he fought Javid Bashrat. I was like, nope, this is not the fight.
Hey, I think it was both of us that took Zahabi by decision, right?
Yeah,
Hell fucking yeah, man. I like Zahabi. It's just weird that they're giving him this push hometown or like home country and then a big name like Pedro Munoz.
No,
Especially,
he's gonna get the push, bro. This is just the start. If he gets the W, watch. They're
Isn't
gonna
he,
he
push him.
could
isn't he
get the
older?
W though. Munoz kind of plays into his style.
He's got to be older, bro. Like he's
I'm
not.
not
He's
saying
too
he
old for
will
the push.
though.
what was that?
I said I feel like he's too old for the push. Am I wrong? I mean, isn't he old?
How old
I'm
is he?
looking it up right now.
Faraz is
He
old. He's
is
got Faraz. Yeah,
36.
he's Faraz Sahabi's younger brother, but I mean, Faraz is old.
How old is he?
36.
Damn.
Oh, that is kind of old for the young one, for the smaller weight class.
Yeah, he's the first thing to go, man, and that's important in them lighter weight classes.
But I don't even think he has speed, man. I think he's just straight shots and technical skills.
He just has really good timing.
And anyways, we don't have to worry about betting anything other than the over in that fight.
Yep.
Fair enough.
November 16th, we're looking at Veronica Hardy versus Eduarda Mora.
Don't. What's next?
November 16th, we're looking at Jonathan Martinez versus Marcus McGee.
Ooh,
That
that'll
was
be
the
a good
switch up.
fight.
Damn,
And even then,
that's a good one.
yeah, that's another one where it's like, hey, whoever wins. Or I feel like they're saying to Marcus McGee, it's like, hey, you've had a good couple of fights in the UFC. Martinez is definitely in that
100%.
15, 16 range, and we're gonna try and get you in there.
100%. That's a good fight. I'll be excited to see that fight. Off top of my head, I'll probably take McGee, but I'll probably look a little more into that one. But I like McGee.
Man, off the top of my head, though, I feel like Marcus McGee light on his feet, or is he kind of a plotter? Because if he's a plotter, Jonathan's going to tear that lead leg up, and that could be another KO.
He's definitely gonna push into him, like he's gonna be the one pressing forward.
I feel like the reach advantage is going to be so massive, though, that it'll make up even for kicks. I feel like
I don't
McGee's going
know.
to
Those
get
kicks are a
touch.
motherfucker.
Man, I don't
Well, I
know.
think
Like I was saying,
McGee should be the much smaller fighter in this fight, right?
no fucking way, is he?
Dude's kind of thick, bro.
Let me look it up. Give me a second. Keep talking.
No, I got it. You
McGee
go
is
ahead.
5'8". Okay, they're both 5'8". No, I think McGee actually does have the reach advantage.
Yeah, probably like 2-3 inches, right?
No, it's a half. Actually, Martinez has
5'8", 69, 5'8", 69 and a half
yeah,
for
Martinez has a
Martinez.
half-inch reach advantage, and McGee is 34 to Jonathan Martinez is 30.
Damn. I'm still taking McGee. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, it's
Man,
gonna be McGee's hands versus Jonathan's kicks.
That's fair.
I'm probably happy to take a dog shot on whoever is at dog money on that fight if it's a decent sized dog. I imagine this fight goes off as a pick 'em though.
I just hope the books are dumb enough to give us over 1.5.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
McGee's been putting out some knockouts. Maybe they think, oh, and then the leg kicks. Yeah, let's give him 1.5.
I know
All
going
right.
into that fight for tape work, the main thing that I'm going to be focusing on is McGee's footwork. If he's heavy on that lead leg, I'm probably going to be all over Jonathan Martinez.
Okay, guys. So I expect a lot of discussion with these next 4 fights. So Give me some time here. November 23rd, UFC Macau. We are looking at the road to UFC finals in the men's 145 division. We're having Kang Ji Zhu versus Bing Shi.
I'm taking Zoo. Go ahead.
I like bean dip.
All right, in the men's 135 division finale, we're looking at Su Young Yu versus Gialisi Bangrang.
I feel like you might be hitting them last names better than I would. I don't know these
Oh, I'm
guys because
definitely, I'm definitely hitting them better than you would.
yeah,
Don't
I don't know
disrespect
these
me.
guys because I don't watch the show. I'll be honest. I don't. I would. I used to think that the talent that comes off of Road to the UFC was lower than the talent that's coming off of Tough. I was wrong. I was wrong. It's the same. So I just don't watch Road to UFC. So I don't really know these guys until they get a few fights inside the UFC. I just don't know who they are. So whatever. Kind of
Where
sucks.
do you
This
even watch
season was
the
good though.
UFC?
These were like really good grapplers this whole season.
Hey Mike, where do you even watch Road to UFC at?
Fight Pass.
Yeah, Fight
On the
Pass.
UFC app?
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
I ain't paying for a UFC pass to watch some Chinese fighters fight.
Well, I don't just watch that. I watch LFA, Cage Warriors, all the shit that you post.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Dude, I used to watch so much like regional shit. Haven't watched regional stuff in years.
Ah,
So
bro,
I
you
used to
missed a hell
watch a
of a
lot of
show on
that.
LFA.
I used to watch a ton of that shit, and over probably this past year, I've just been focused on other stuff. So I still hit all the UFC cards, but I miss sitting down, bro. Like I would love when a random fucking Tuesday night card would pop up. I just sit on the chair with my fucking phone on mute while everybody's watching TV, watching banger or fucking fights. Love that shit. Anyways, Usman, what you got next, bro?
The finale for the men's 125 division, Kuru Singh Sahota versus Dang Hun Choi.
Who you
When
got,
are
Mike?
these fights going down?
This is UFC Macau, November 23rd.
Okay, because I can't put names to faces. I'm about to look at their faces.
So this is definitely like a 3 a.m. fight card, right?
I
Gotta
don't
be.
know. I would hope they put it on our fucking time.
Probably not. They
Oh,
It's
may
gonna
push
get.
oh,
it.
oh. Sahota. Sahota's the vet, bro.
Of course, Mike knows.
There you go.
I was just hoping that my Asian would be clear enough for him to know who I'm talking about. Okay, final fight, women's 115 finale. Xiao Kan Fang versus Ming Shi.
You really do write a book with your words, brother.
And you know what? I practiced this multiple times today. So let's try it one more time live. Kang Shi Zhu Bing Shi Su Young Yu Jilia Si Bar Gang Kuri Su Sang Hosahota Dang Hu Choi Xiao Kang Feng Ming Shi. And I will take that with eel sauce.
Dude, you
Bro,
cannot
Ming
convince me that
Shi.
you don't speak Spanish,
He just
fluent
spoke
Chinese.
Mandarin, bro. He spoke Mandarin for sure for like 5 seconds.
he said he smoked Mandarin. I'll be honest, bro. Until we get someone that speaks an Asian language to come in here and say you did not nail that shit, I'm gonna say, oh, you nailed every fucking one of them. Kudos to you. Is that the end of the announcements?
No, we've got one more. Three female fights on December 14th, Tampa. We've already went over two in the past week. Next one, Piero Rodriguez versus Josephine Knutson, whichever the way that it goes.
You bet
Hang
on
on.
nuts and all the way.
Yeah.
It's nuts and then who?
Piero
Josephine Knutson.
Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, bro. Josephine Knutson. Until she gets like really up there, she's gonna be cashing your tickets by decision.
So the real question I want to ask is that's three female fights for this card. Do we get a fourth? I'm going to give you no at minus 185.
Yeah, that's probably real fair. All right, that's the end of announcements.
Yes, sir.
We're crushing time here. It's getting late. All right, so Carlos Prats wants to fight MVP. Prats, however you want to say it, wants to fight MVP. Is anybody betting on Larissa Prushenko? I'm not fucking around. Is anybody actually betting on Larissa?
No, I made a point of saying putting in the group chat the other day a parlay of her and Ngannou, Cyborg and Ngannou, just because that's who should be the rightful favorites, at least on paper. Uh, and the two of them,
That's what I thought.
the two of them together, because of Cyborg being so low, like so reasonably priced, you can get them at plus like 145 or plus 170 or something like that. So like the parlay of the quote unquote favorites is still very valuable, especially if you're on the dog. Then you get great value because Cyborg's basically pick them right now.
Nice.
Fuck that. I'm going Cyborg and Henan Ferrero parlay.
Yeah, I'm also going to look at
Picking this up.
Larissa Pachenko round 2 knockout.
Yeah, I don't know. I never saw why she was. I haven't broke down the tape yet, but when I first saw the matchup, I always thought Cyborg should have been the favorite.
For me, Pacheco is a poor man's Cyborg. As simple as that.
She is. I think Chris is way better, but I think I don't know. I'm very worried about Chris's age. Man, I'm very worried about Chris's age. That's just honest as I can be.
Bro, if we're getting Chris Cyborg on just some of the old supplements again, because we know Pacheco's on supplements, bro. Like at this point, she's a bro at this point. Like if even just the slightest touch of supplements, bro, she will destroy this chick. Pacheco is just a weight bully for the most part, man. Like
She's on all the shit. You know, she's back on all that shit, man. Come on.
I'm trying to be respectful to women, but yeah, bro, she's got a mustache. I mean, her Adam apple's bigger than mine.
Good
It's
for
like
her.
Mickey Rourke had a baby with Vanderlei Silva.
Good for her.
Ooh, Jesus.
um,
Funny thing is, I don't know who y'all were talking about there, Pacheco or Cyborg.
backtrack 2 seconds, 2 minutes there. Who wins, Prades or MVP?
Take it easy over there, Usman, Dana White Jr.
I am not fading Pratis, man. I won't do it.
Dude, team fighting nerds, man. It's hard to bet against them right now. They are all looking fucking just too good, man. They look like they're ahead.
I know I sound like an old ass man, but who is Carlos fighting? I keep having to ask.
He
He
already fought.
wants to fight MVP.
He wants MVP.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's got striking to keep up with him, especially at the older age he is now, and plus he's got the ground game. I mean, he's just as good on the feet, maybe not just as good on the feet, but good enough. And fighting nerds, man, that camp is something to behold.
So, like, Prades versus MVP is like a poor man's Chimaev versus Wonder Boy, right?
What?
I wouldn't say that's the best.
All right. So I can't believe this is gonna be what I close the space out with tonight. But Jake Paul tweeted, "John Jones doesn't dodge anyone. He knows exactly what he's doing. Show him the money, that real money, not that spin the narrative money. Him versus Tom Aspinall, as it hits two big pay-per-view markets, 25 million guaranteed plus pay-per-view streams, about right at John Bones Jones. How many? So Jake overreaches. And that's why his shit never can be taken seriously. And I'm pissed that Connor J left because I wanted to get to this while he was still here for his thumbs up and thumbs downs. I've been saying this for a couple weeks, and Jake Paul gets it. John Jones is very smart. John Jones is not ducking Tom Aspinall. They are going to show John Jones a massive bag to fight Tom Aspinall. Because here's the truth, okay? Tom Aspinall is no less dangerous than Francis Ngannou. He looks a little less scary. Doesn't have as cool of a haircut, quite as big of muscles. Doesn't have as cool of a backstory that he was swinging axes in a fucking mine and shit when he was a kid.
I'm sure Ngannou probably eats his wings like a man, unlike Tom Aspinall. If you know, you fucking know, bro.
But what I'm saying is, you can't tell me that Tom Aspinall is less dangerous than Francis Ngannou. Knockout probability for John Jones. You just can't. So give it that. John wanted a bag to fight Francis, and he's going to want a bag to fight Tom. Tom has one massive hang-up. Tom's fan base doesn't buy pay-per-views. They don't. So for John, you can't pass a certain paywall unless the UFC is going to give it to him. So it's great to go, John Jones versus Tom Aspinall does 900,000 buys. No, it actually doesn't, because Tom Aspinall's 300,000 buys aren't buys. They're part of the packages over there. There's no extra revenue that comes in because of those cards. So John Jones has to fight Tom Aspinall, who is no less dangerous than Francis Ngannou, in my opinion. And now he has to do it at a massive pay cut, because Tom does not sell here like Francis was selling here when he was knocking people out. Yeah, John's trying to play the game. Could he retire? Yes, he could. But he's trying to figure out how important that fight is. And they're at it every single day on social media. John's talking about how Tom's got his in his mouth, and it's every day. One or the other's talking about it every day. Tom is getting upset. Tom is chasing a fight. John is playing the game. We've seen him do this before. We've seen him talk about fights like this without the retirement talk in the same way, and then take the fights. I would say John Jones wants $8 to $10 million plus pay-per-view points, and he wants to make upwards of $20 million to fight Tom Aspinall, because that's what he would have made to fight Francis Ngannou. And I just don't think that Tom Aspinall can get him there. And I think John Jones will not risk his legacy for less money than that if he beats Stipe. Trace.
Man, all I see is like I'm not the biggest John Jones fan, but I'm also not the biggest John Jones hater. Like I'm pretty reasonable with him. It actually makes it easy for me to do it, like to cap his fights, because I don't hate him and I don't love him. I don't really care for him, so I'm not biased or unbiased. You know what I'm saying? But at this point, it's just like, does the guy even like fighting anymore? He's so inactive. He's only had one fight back since he's came back after being off for 5 years, after being suspended for 5 years. Like, how much does he really want money? Like, if he really wanted money, he would just be fucking fighting, just going out here cleaning up this division, re-solidifying himself. I think he questions his capabilities nowadays. I don't know if he's as confident in his ability as he used to be. I think he wants an easy payday and he wants to get out. I think he wants Stipe and Stipe alone. Stipe's name, unfortunately, carries weight because he is the quote-unquote greatest heavyweight of all time. Honestly, I think bar Cain Velasquez's injuries, Cain should have been the greatest heavyweight of all time. And that's a different argument for a different time. But yeah, I just I think John wants the easy payday, and then he wants to fade off into the distance or whatever it is he's going to do in his next venture. But I don't think he really wants a competitive fight or somebody that's going to. He doesn't want the challenge anymore. I think he's clearly fighting for money because he's not fighting for the love of the sport anymore.
So my only rebuttal to that would be, John Jones has Nike money. John Jones has real money. He's got tens of millions of dollars. He doesn't. That's why I say that John isn't gonna. John has $8 million guaranteed. If he fights, he gets an $8 million guarantee. There's no win bonus. John Jones fights, he gets $8 million plus pay-per-view points. That was the last we figured out that his contract was at, based on what they said they offered Francis, based on whatever the fuck we figured out. We had John Jones pinned at $8 million a fight. He wants pay-per-view buys. John expects him and Stipe to get to $15 million. He said in a text message he has a $15 million guarantee to fight Stipe, which would probably be his salary plus pay-per-view points. If they don't hit a certain level, they'll guarantee it for him. Would be my guess, strictly my guess. But I don't think John Jones risks it all, because he's risking it all for 8 million flat, or 8 million or 10 million. I think he has enough money that it's got to be a big paycheck. It's got to be worth it. I don't know. That's just my take. I am a John Jones mark, but I just think that's how it goes. Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, did anyone see that random ass video on Contender Series where it was just John Jones?
Yeah, Dana is starting to joke with the media. He's starting to joke with them. Like, the press conference was almost over last week, and he brought up John Jones. So, like, and everybody laughed. So he's starting to have fun with it. I'll be excited to watch tonight's post Dana White Contender Series presser, and see what the jokes were about that, because I guarantee there were some. Yeah, for sure. Aussie.
Yeah, so you know Dana's out here all the time saying John Jones is the best, no one else is close, blah blah blah. That's because this dude's just signed a 10-fight deal or something. Dana's expecting him to fight a lot. I'd be shocked if he's not on some kind of deal where he gets his, 8 million, then the next fight he gets 10, and the next fight he gets 12, something like that for incentive to keep him fighting. Man, he's going to come out. He's not scared of Aspinall. He's not scared of anybody. When you're the best, you're not scared of anybody. Um, it's just whether it's worth it or not. What's a loss mean to him? I mean, if he retires pretty much undefeated, he's still going to get a lot of these sponsorships sticking around. He's still going to get a lot of money for doing nothing, commercials, all this kind of bullshit he can get. Whereas if he goes out and loses to Tom, that money goes away. So it's just about whether he wants to keep that, pretty much clear record. But if he comes out here, obviously we're expecting him to whack Stipe. If he comes out after that, beats Aspinall, who else is there? Like Volkov is ranked third. Volkov might give him some trouble because he's so tall and long. We've seen him have trouble with people his own size. But other than that, what have we got? Jalton Almeida, Jarzino Rosenstruck. These are the only guys coming off a win. Cyril Garney's already beat. So, I mean, really, he can just do some fucking work in here. He can come out, beat Aspinall, then fucking, who's he fight next? Fucking Spivak, Jairzinho Rosenstruck. He's going to wax all these other guys, man. Other than Tom Aspinall, we don't have to worry about Sergey Spivak, Sergey Pavlovich anymore because he's coming off 2 losses. I think if he beats Aspinall, he can go on another 3 or 4 fight win streak really in this division, and it wouldn't surprise me at all. So yeah, if I'm John Jones, I'm getting past that Tom Aspinall hurdle, and then I'm just fucking wrecking shop in this division. Give me my 10 million, give me my 8 million, whatever I'm getting paid. I'll fight 3 times a year. You know what I mean? So a lot of these guys are older than him. So yeah, John Jones. I think if he gets past Aspinall, he's gonna be around for a little bit longer, and I'm assuming his deal is so good now that that's why Dana is pumping him up. He's not out here saying, "Fucking he's wait till Aspinall gets his hands on him" or something like that. He's pumping that John Jones money train. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to see him for a bit. I don't think he's going to beat Stipe and then just walk off into the sunset.
I get it. I think that it's more about PFL currently owns the UFC lineal heavyweight championship. Last time it left, Fedor defended it 18 times before it got back 2 fights later. That's the truth. Last time the lineal heavyweight championship of the world left the UFC, 4 fights later, Fedor Emelianenko won it. He defended it 17 or 18 times against everybody who had it in the UFC. He beat King Velasquez. He beat fucking Junior Dos Santos. He beat most of the guys who weren't exclusive UFC fighters like Brock Lesnar. All the guys that went back and forth between the UFC and Pride. He beat them all as the lineal UFC champion. And then finally the belt was returned because someone got re-signed and re-signed and re-signed. And the PFL knows that. And they're already promoting it. Dana White has said the UFC champion is the baddest man on the planet for many years. Right now, Dana White is trying very hard to establish that the baddest man on the planet fights in the UFC. It seems petty to us. It means a lot to him. It means a lot to him.
What if
So,
Ngannou loses to this massive dude coming up? This
they
massive
probably don't.
Brazilian.
They probably don't have a big contract on him, and the UFC will sign him
Yeah.
if they can to get that belt back to their company. Anyway, we went on longer than we should have. It's fucking way late now. Oh, I see Danny requesting the mic. Let's let her get on to say whatever she's got to. She don't ever get on the mic here. Nice to see you, Danny. Danny, can you hear me? Did you want to say something?
I can now. Hey guys, hope you're all well. Yeah, just I
G'day,
had
Danny.
two. Hey, yeah, I've come out of my COVID bubble after I've got back from India. So I've got two questions just off the back of the conversation you've all been having. So I'm wondering, like, with the whole Dana picking up Jones and running that promo today, is that because this is a response to the fans actually not necessarily wanting Jones versus Stipe? That's probably my first question. I think that talks to your point, Joe, around if Jones is in fact locked into all those big money deals, they've got to fucking sell it. But is that backlash? And then the second one is, do we actually think Jones easily dispatches Aspinall? Like, so we're talking about there's loads of money there. He puts his legacy on the line. Do we think he gets it done? I was really intrigued by everybody's perspective on that. So sorry to drag it out a bit. I hope you don't mind me asking those questions because I'd love to hear from you all.
So go watch last week's Dana White, the Contender Series press conference, and listen to them talk about John Jones. They start joking about it. Dana finally starts joking about it, and he actually went on Instagram Live, and when he was all done, he goes, "Wait a minute. Did you guys see these fucking idiots have John Jones ranked as the number 3 pound for pound? They're actually crazy." So he's joking with the media now, and I would be pretty positive that he ran that promo today, and they're going to talk about it at the post-fight presser for the Dana White Contender Series that just aired. I think he's fucking with the media, having fun now. Me personally, I think he beats Tom Aspinall faster than he beats Surreal God. Everybody in here is going to hammer me for that. I think he literally beats him faster than he beat Surreal God. Surreal has more tools. He has like kicks and stuff. Tom doesn't have any of that shit. He's got those punches. Bro, I've seen John Jones beat the fuck out of the world's greatest punchers for 15 years now. I'm not very worried about Tom Aspinall and his Homer Simpson body. John Jones going to beat him up. That's just my take. This is a very, very biased space when I host it. When we
Homer
talk about John
Simpson,
Jones.
buddy. What are you talking
Fuck it.
We love it.
I will say this, Joe. I will say this: that outside of like Lyoto Machida, this is probably the fastest guy that he's faced in a very long time. Like only person I could think of comparable with speed, even though it's a weight class smaller, would probably be Lyoto. So like it will be interesting to see how he handles his speed with somebody like Tom Aspinall with the fast hands. But yeah, I do tend to lean to John on that fight just because of he's been there, seen it all, like Joe is saying. But I do think Aspinall would be the probably the best test and probably the best test of his chin for instance. Yeah, I think it'd be an interesting fight if it ever did happen.
I don't think Aspinall puts one on John's chin at all, and that's not an insult. John trained to not get hit by Francis Ngannou for 3 years. Then we watched him walk in the cage, not get hit by Ciryl Gane, and choke him the fuck out. I just got to believe that John Jones has maybe the highest fight IQ we have ever seen in cage. Not the guy sitting out there like Dominic Cruz talking about what everybody else is doing. In cage, he has probably the highest fight IQ we have ever seen. And I have to believe that whatever he trained for to not get knocked out by Francis, those tactics will convey to Tom pretty well. Yeah, it's just I don't know that though. I mean, that's just what I assume. Mike.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I think he fought Cyril Gane. Cyril Gane's got speed too, but what he did against Cyril, I think he can do against Tom because Tom requires his space to like fucking move and use his speed. John's not going to give him any space. He's just going to walk forward, grab him, and use his wrestling. If he does strike, I think Jones has some of the best striking defense. Like it's just really what people don't see is like when he like even he's been hit a few times, but he really rolls with a lot of those punches, and it's really hard to hit him clean. So I think Jones. I honestly think Jones beats him like probably in the first round too. I think it goes exactly how Cyril Gane went.
And the UFC doesn't want to taint. They do not want to taint Tom Aspinall. They want John to sail off in the sunset. I swear to God. And they want Tom Aspinall to be the new baddest man on the planet. If John Jones beats him, that goes away. And if Francis Ngannou beats Renat, the UFC is not happy. They want John to beat Stipe and fucking retire, and then they want Aspinall to knock everybody out. It might sound dumb, but for them as a company positionally, it makes the most sense. And let's be honest, heavyweight and light heavyweight are fucking trash anyway. So it's not like
Hey
it's not
man,
like losing that fight destroys the division. People are making it out. That's my favorite part. People are like the division. They're going crazy, and I'm like, guys, it's the worst division in MMA. The worst division in MMA. Who gives a shit? Let it have 4 champions. It doesn't. Who fucking cares? There's only 4 good people, and you guys can hammer me all you want. There's 4 good heavyweights.
The worst division in MMA.
Bro, by far.
Bro,
I
I've
mean,
been preaching that for years.
yes, you have. Yes, you have. You might have been the first one to really open my eyes to be like, wait a minute, these dudes suck. Like,
well
wait, hold
DC
on.
kind of DC opened my eyes to that because he just talked about how bad they are at certain like just wrestling alone. It's just like they're not good. You only got like I think 2 wrestlers now or 2 grapplers, but man,
You ever
it's
hear
not gonna
DC
happen
talk
now.
about what his run would have been if he could have been up at heavyweight? It's probably the same conversation, Mike, where he's like, I'd have been undefeated. I'd have been fighting every 3 months. Because
Who's that, DC?
yeah, for the same shit Mike's saying, though.
He said the reason he never moved up was because he couldn't beat Kane. He said
Yeah,
Prime Kane fucked him up.
Yeah, I guess.
but I was trying to say, look, it looks bad now, but if you watch the fucking regionals, you can see that there's going to be some heavyweights that are going to be like way better than what's been happening. Especially like LFA what was it, last week or a couple
So
days ago? They had some good heavyweights fights.
so a lot of that is gonna be because athletes have grown up training to be in the UFC now. So the biggest problem you have right now is that if you're 6'6" and athletic, you probably don't fight. You probably do something else. There are so many people in the NFL that make $250,000 a year, or like $330,000 a year, and you'd be like, no, that's not a thing. Yes, it is. Fuck you. Go look it up. There's a ton of them, but those guys, athletic, ride bench, you don't see much out of them. They didn't train MMA in their youth. The UFC has been successful, super successful for a decade now. Like super successful for a decade now. That is old enough for kids that were 13 years old, 10 years old, that were growing into heavyweight athletes to aspire to be UFC fighters. So you are right. It will catch up, Mike. But right now it's fucking really bad, man. It's so bad. I can't even explain it. There's this dude Josh Parisian. Have you ever seen this?
Free money, free money.
I know, but I'm just saying because I'm excited. Like once that happens, and you see these heavyweights with like they're athletic, they're fast, they got skills, and they can do everything, dude. It's gonna the heavyweight's gonna be like the new division to watch.
Bro, you used to not be able to bring up Jared Vandera in our spaces. It would cause a war. Like, oh my god, that's UFC heavyweight Usman.
Yeah, I agree with Mike, man. Just give it about 2, maybe 3 years, and there's just gonna be a row of killers chasing after that gold that's wrapped around Waldo Acosta Cortez's waist, and it's gonna be real hard for these young badass athletes to take it away from the goat Waldo.
All right, that's it. We're done. It's over. It's gotten too late. Usman's talking weird now, and we're just going to end it. That's just going to be it. CapMMA.com. Thank you to Ozzy for getting in here with us. Uh, Dead Picks, he don't talk much in here, man, but he does all of our tech. Uh, we don't got as many spots as we got co-host in here. Danny, it was nice to see you in. Some of you been in here listening for a while. Some of you came back. Were in here earlier and came back. Thank you all. We put this shit up on YouTube. I don't know if this is here because the space broke. But we'll be on YouTube much better. Studio, some cool video shit. Probably look like a bunch of amateurs, but at least we'll be having more fun than we are in spaces right now. That's all I got. You boys need to plug anything before we get out of here?
CapMMA.com, bitches.
That's
If
it.
we look like we're amateurs, it's because we are, bud.
Yeah, it'll be fun though. Being amateur is fun, you know what I mean? Like I watch porn. Amateur porn's way better.